Hold on one moment. That's my jam. Give me just 1 minute, okay? All right, that's enough. Welcome to Clear Waters. This is your channel, not mine. Tonight we'd have a light, open debate. Is this God real or not? Could please someone, and we put this thing about God to rest, and we finally prove it. Someone with evidence, undeniable evidence. How about we have a debate, organized, structure, so you can present this evidence. I don't know about anybody else, but you convince me, I'll change the name of the channel, God's Clear Waters. And I'll be praising the Lord myself. Just a little bit of evidence, okay? That's enough for me. So tonight, yes, we're gonna have, if people want to participate, this is a live open debate. One believer versus one non-believer. Here in a few minutes, I'm gonna show you the rules or recommendations to have this organized debate. First, let me make sure that my audio is working good. Thing is popping. Gotta buy me a new microphone. So let's check on that audio. Yes, from the vertical and from the horizontal streams. We are live streaming on vertical and horizontal streams. You want to see me on your TV or on your phone? Go to the vertical stream. And also the Discord for anybody that wants to participate and finally give you a chance to respectfully, in an organized way, you can present the evidence that the God of the Bible is real, or if you want, you know, Allah is real. If you're a Muslim, I can start if you want as a non-believer, you know, to be on the other side. I try to be very respectful, you know, listen to you. Or if anybody else as a non-believer and a believer want to engage in this, hopefully constructive conversation about if God is real or not. I'm gonna present to you, I'm gonna jump right to it. I'm gonna present to you the format to follow on this debate. I don't know if Phantom X is here already on the live stream, but thank you for the suggestion to repeat this debate format. Apparently people liked it. I think you're gonna like it more now after I present to you this new format. Organized, compact. You're gonna be able to listen everybody talk. So let me show you. Let me bring the volume down. So what is the format of this debate? Let me show you. All right, live open debate format. There's gonna be, for the believer and the non-believer, 2 minutes for opening statements. Whatever you want to say about the God or against the God. Then on round one, we're going to go through a cross-examination, 15 minutes each person. You know, first, the questioner, the person asking the question, may only ask questions only. That means no speeches, no arguments, and no preaching. Number two, the questioner asks one question at a time. No going like 5 questions, you know, one question, no. Number three, the person answering might only answer the question. in one word or one sentence. No speeches, no preaching. Let's go with number 4. After the answer from the person that is answering the question, the questioner might ask another question or say, elaborate. Oh, hold on. Number 5, if the person says elaborate or is requested, the person answering the questions gets up to 60 seconds, no interruptions allowed. Number 6, the person answering might request that a question be rephrased up to 3 times. After the third request, the answerer must either answer the question or say pass. A pass counts as a no answer. And of course, we switch roles, and then the other person is the questioner and the other the answerer. And at last, we go with an open discussion. 10 minutes, open discussion. Both can talk at the same time. Open discussion. We needed this, from the time that we did this before. I think this is even better. 10 minutes, open. You get to talk both and have a discussion, open discussions. So both participants might freely question, challenge, and respond. Both participants might make arguments. Both participants might interrupt respectfully. No personal attacks, no insults, stay on the current topic. The moderator might intervene if one participant dominates the discussion. Just to break it apart. And finally, closing statements, 2 minutes for each person. Very compact, very simple, not complicated. Do it in a way so myself and whoever wants to listen to this debate want to learn something. Because every time I hear a debate, most of the time I don't learn anything. Welcome to the live stream, Mr. Out of Babylon. Have you ever watched Kung Fu Panda? When Po opened the dragon scroll, he simply realized the truth. All right. Oh, Rainbow Shangri-La, welcome to the live stream. May not chat much tonight because of a pain, but we'll be here listening and reading chat. Thank you, Rainbow Shangri-La. Mr. Phantom X, welcome to the live stream. I follow your suggestion. I was gonna do something else, but I'm like, man, I think it's about time to do a debate. So I look forward to listen to debates. Not necessarily have to be myself. I'm more than happy to participate as the first person. Doesn't have to be me. But this is a great opportunity for anybody that thinks that God is real. You can present your views, your beliefs, your ideas in a clear, concise way. And someone else pushing back on whatever you're saying or presenting in a respectful way, organized way. Now let me go through. Oh, and this is the times. Try to have this a little bit organized. I'm just gonna flip through the. Hey, wait a second. What's this? Oh, there I am. As beautiful as always, like the Three Stooges say. Now, this is the format for these debates that hopefully we can have tonight. If people want to participate, I will not force anyone to participate or to express your feelings or your emotions or your views or your beliefs. But I think it's a very good structured way, again, uh, a structured platform you can demonstrate to anybody else that is a non-believer in God that God is real, without having to yell, interrupt necessarily. Also, if you are a person that feels a little nervous to get on a call, I understand. Happens to everybody. Happens to me. Just take a deep breath. And before I end my Excel, I do what I have to do. Get on that call. Or start the camera. Turn on the lights. But I feel like fear. I don't know. I guess I get nervous. My voice starts weakening. Do it. Turn on the camera. Or make the call. Don't think about it too much. This is supposed to be something that is fun, and at the same time, something that we can learn about and learn from. I said at the beginning of the live stream, man, maybe some debater defending the belief in God maybe convince me. I'll change the name of the channel. Maybe I change it to God's Clear Waters. No. I'll be happy to hear evidence for God, of God, if anybody thinks that they have evidence, but not the evidence that people say that is evidence, and then we listen to the evidence and we find out that it's not evidence. So try not to present evidence that is not evidence. Don't you think that is a good idea? I don't know. I would think. Now let me fix one of the colors. I think it looks kind of funny. Let me change it. It's a bit, yeah, I think probably that's better. And also let's fix one of the slides that is off. But there you go. There you go. That's better. So that is the format. If we're not able to engage in any debates tonight, I'm saving this information for future live streams. Because I think this debate format, I think is, I like it. It's good. I'm continuing to fix a few things more that are looking kind of funny on the stream. These things I didn't notice at the beginning. So, better. So, where are those believers? I would like to listen to some evidence that God is real. I think it's important for people to listen and hear this information, especially with everything that is going on right now. We had an interesting live stream yesterday with Mr. Romans 1 presenting his view about God. It was a little tiny mini debate. He was kind enough to answer some questions, some tough questions. He was a good sport. Thank you, Mr. Romans. And your wife also was participating in the background. I don't know, maybe you call again today and want to participate in this respectful conversation that tonight we're calling it a debate, but in an organized, structured way. Out of Babylon, what is the evidence that air is real? I can breathe it. Let me see. Yeah, I can breathe it. I don't know if it's air. Maybe we agree in putting that name to something that we breathe, but is evidence that air is real or not, evidence for a God. I'll be interesting to know, if you don't mind. What does the air have to do with the God of the Bible? Breathing is not evidence for God. I think I kind of agree. I don't see the connection. Don't see the connection. Let me so for anybody that has evidence for God, oh yeah, I forgot to do something. If you give me a chance, I have to put the image. I think, I don't know if I can change it while live streaming. Apparently not. So I cannot change the thumbnail. Interesting. Nope. I thought it was possible to change the thumbnail while live streaming. Apparently it's not possible. Tag products. What is this thing about my shopping whatever thingy? Okay, add the products to. Oh, okay, so add some of the products from all right, I'll do that. YouTube suggesting that I add some products from my store, my brand new store. All right, let's see how this works. All right, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, I tried to change the thumbnail of the live stream, but apparently I cannot do it. Nope. Out of Babylon, but you know air exists by what it influences. Yeah, okay. Out of Babylon also writes, wind blows debris. Excuse me. Tornadoes can lift up heavy objects. This is how love and wisdom or God works. Whoa. What? I still don't make the connection. Sorry. Out of Babylon. Don't make the connection. Or maybe if I leave that image on the live stream, it shows as a thumbnail with my pretty face on the thumbnail. Open debate. Is God real? Is the question. I suspect that there's probably a God out there. I really doubt it's the God of the Bible. seems to me a little bit too violent for my taste. You know, the blood, the sacrifices, the mass killings. No, I think it's a little bit too volatile for me, you know, too sparky. Not a violent guy. That's probably why I don't see, or how can anybody believe in this. Seems to me violent God. So sometimes people ask me, Javier, or clear waters or stinky waters, why don't you talk to someone that and debate? A real debater. Well, here I am. Happy to listen to anybody that wants to present evidence without preaching about God. Out of Babylon, love and wisdom, what are they? In my point of view, love and wisdom is data. Besides that, you cannot get two people to agree on what love is or what wisdom is. Some people think that wisdom is knowing the truth about God. Someone else thinks that the wisdom is not believing in a God. Some people say love is something that I feel on my chest. I feel good. Some other people say, well, love is God. So these are definitions that nobody wants to define them in the same way that you think what they mean. Out of Babylon says, love and wisdom are like the air you breathe. It is everywhere, and it influences people like air influences the breeze. Out of Babylon, I don't know where you're getting this information from. I respect your point of view. It would be great if behind those sentences you can point to some evidence of what you're saying. Otherwise, it's just data. Out of Babylon, not about agreement. What I love, you might not love. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. So today I went back to do and put out shorts. I don't know. There's something about shorts that people like. Every time I start putting out shorts, my subscription count goes up. I don't know. People like probably the short, videos of less than 1 minute. I start getting, whoa. Man, I heard a loud bang outside. Man, I gotta check out what happened outside. Give me just 1 second, please. Hold on. That was way too loud. I don't know what that was, but it was a loud bang. I could hear it even with my headphones on. So, Yes, we're waiting for people that want to participate in these mini debates in an organized, structured, and respectful way. You can present evidence for God or evidence against the God. Is that right? Out of Babylon, not about agreement, what I love, you might not love. The Bible. Out of Babylon, for example, I like to smoke the devil's lettuce. What? You might hate it, but to each, God does what pleases him. Us both being Lord over our bodies. What? Out of Babylon, I think you're up to something here, but you have to present it in a way that probably is a little bit easier to digest, because this just sounds crazy to me. Mr. Dragon Karatzik, welcome to the live stream. More people joining right now. Thank you for stopping by in this important conversation about gods and the problematic of believing in gods. But there's one true God, Chulum, the creator of the universe. Now we're doing debate night that we have done before one time. We're gonna do it a second time, see how it goes. See if people are interested, even if you're not a debater, and you want to engage in a conversation that is organized with time. I'm gonna show you. We have times, maybe it's your first time that want to debate, or look at it as having a conversation. This is the format that I like to follow because it's more respectful, more organized. If you have evidence for God, or you would like to share your beliefs about God and why you believe in God, you can read about the format. It's very simple to follow. It's pretty much common sense. What we're trying to achieve is that this is done in a respectful, organized way. So that's the first page. I'll show you the second one. That's up to 3, and then number 4. If you're reading it on the screen, if you're able to read it on the screen. Only two people having this conversation or debate, not 5, 7, 8 people like normally we do it. I think it's fun sometimes, but we're doing something different tonight. So if you believe in God, probably you can do something good for yourself and for other people that probably could be converted because of the information you're able to provide as evidence, or what you think is evidence for God. And if you don't think that God is real and is made up, you're able to ask questions. This is in an organized way. I'm gonna flip the scene so you can see it's 3 pages. That's the last one. You can ask questions without interruptions. You can ask a believer questions about what convinced him to believe in God. And if you're a believer, you can ask questions to the unbeliever. Why in the world you don't believe in God? God is so good. Why you don't believe? Why are you so upset with God? Since when you're walking around with a demon inside of you? I don't know. You can ask whatever you want. And then round 3 is an open discussion, 10 minutes, without the restrictive part of the second round. Open discussion. And then, of course, just at the end, 2 minutes as a closing statement. What conclusion do you come about from the other person? What do you think about the answers from the other person? Are you convinced that God is real? Are you convinced that God is not real? The main question, I think, do you think that after having this debate, someone can be convinced that God is real and loving, or that God does not exist? Can someone change their mind by having this type of debates? I think I'm gonna go back to this part. I think that when people debate about God, sometimes they hide behind the yelling, the constant interruption. It's a little bit hard to do that in this format. A bit complicated because one person asks the questions and the other person answers the question, one word or one sentence. Then we switch. Whoever was answering the questions now ask the questions. I'm excited. I don't know about you. I like this. You know, instead of jumping on a debate, long debate, boring debate, listening to people yelling, we do this in an organized way. Structure, simple, civilized way. We want to get something of value from these conversations. I find it so crazy and ironic that when I'm not doing live streams that have to do with debates, man, believers and non-believers, they're putting messages and messages and messages. It doesn't stop. Now I put the word debate and everybody's like, I don't want to say something. No, I don't want to open my mouth. That's understandable. You know, people get nervous, especially on debates. That's understandable. I get nervous all the time. I still do it. I still get on the camera. I still talk. I still make the phone call. And just go through the nervousness. It always mostly at the beginning and then it goes away. You let the nervousness do its thing. The nervousness let you do your thing. So out of Babylon writes, for example, I like to, okay, I already read that one. So you write again, I cannot present the truth under a formatted debate. The truth is really simple. How do you convince someone to love themselves? So if the truth is really simple, I would think you could present it in a simple way in a debate, especially on a structurized debate. Seems to me, you know, if I hold the truth about something and I'm convinced that I'm holding the truth because I can demonstrate that truth, probably two things are going to happen. I'm going to take it with me and keep it to myself, or I'm going to be yelling from the top of my lungs and, you know, screaming at 360 degrees. I got the power. I'll be singing that song all the time. I've got the power. But I don't know. That's just me. Out of Babylon, you are God. Oh, so I'm God. So the debate is if I'm real or not. Is that what you're saying? Am I real? Am I real? I don't know. Sometimes I'm not very real. Sometimes I'm very real. Especially when I kick something and I'm not wearing any shoes. Man, I feel very real. Out of Babylon, but if you do not love yourself enough, you will never believe it. I don't know, out of Babylon. I think that if you love yourself too much, you're gonna be a narcissist or something like that. I don't know. You can be, self-involved. You get into a selfish state. Oh, that thing about loving oneself, we gotta be careful with that. You can put yourself in a pedestal and forget about everybody else. And right now, I can hear a pin drop. You know, actually, what? Let's listen to the silence. Talking. Interested in God. I don't know. Maybe something's going on tonight. People don't feel like preaching about God. Out of Babylon, the check is in loving your neighbor as yourself. Out of Babylon, where are you getting this from? It's something that is not new, but they're presented it in a way like it's a fact. I don't know. I question everything. I like to understand things. So I guess that is the truth. That I am God. I don't think most believers will agree with you. They will think that you're crazy. Why are you saying that I am God? Clear waters is not God. You're not God. I am not God. Again, the Bible. I don't get it. You know, if you believe or don't believe that there's a God out there, I'm going to tell you something. Sometimes I look at the world, I think about my own mortality, and if I stay quiet for long enough, something doesn't feel right. There's a silence that is quite deafening, and at the same time, it's very noisy. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about. Sometimes when you're thinking about, the most important things in our life, like family, death, silent, not knowing and not having answers for these questions, man, you know what? I think I better turn on the TV, get on the phone, get your mind onto something, because you know what could happen if you start and continue thinking about these things. You could probably find yourself in a negative feel state. And what happens if you get stuck in there, man? What happens if you don't find something to grab and get yourself out of that negative feel state, man? Like getting in a hole, and how do you get out? How do you call for help? I better get on my phone. I'll better call someone, get out of the house, bring some noise. The silence can be very painful. I had to stand by myself with myself and my feelings. Man, those people, that guy from Clear Waters, that channel, that Stinky Waters, man, I don't like that guy. Sometimes, man, he makes sense and I hate it because I need this God in my life. If I have no God in my life, man, I'll be exposed to the elements. Suddenly I have no guidance from no God. I'll be all by myself. What am I going to do about thinking about dying? Oh, man. Push back on that guy. Push back on that guy, Clear Waters, because I'm not willing to take this silence. I'm not willing to live a life where I don't have answers. I prefer to have the God, have the answers, feel good, than be like stinky waters, that he has no answers for life. He has no God. Stinky waters doesn't make me feel good. God makes me feel good. I'll go with God until I found something better. And that was a little bit dark. Sorry. So Out of Babylon says that I believe all so-called holy books conclude in the same thing. We are God made flesh. You know, if I listen to you, I'll be like, man, I'm God. Wow. So you say that I'm the Lord of the universe? Wow, man, that is an awesome truth. But wait a second. I'll be right back. I have to take out the garbage. I really like that joke. Sorry, probably it's too old. I don't know. Oh, this is debate night. We're waiting for participants. You can participate with me or participate with an unbeliever. What you have to do is just call the Discord at the bottom of the screen. Right there. You call that Discord link or on the chat, and you can have a conversation with someone else or with myself. If you are a believer, I'm an unbeliever. Or if we have a believer and non-believer on the call, you guys can have a conversation if you want. If you think that I'm wrong about not being a believer, thinking that believing in God is a problem, you can call and have a mini debate with myself following this format that I show, and I'll be showing again as the live stream continues. If you want to know what is the format of the debate, just write on the chat and just write format, debate format, and I'll show it to you. It's very simple. It's common sense. So let me see. Harry D, welcome to the live stream. Hello there. May I ask if we have a discussion? Yes, Harry D. This is like a debate night, mini debates, but in a respectful, organized, and a structured way. If you don't know what is the format, you can ask me on the chat and I'll show you the format. It's very common sense, very simple to follow. If you're a believer, you can have a discussion with me or a debate, whatever you want to call it, or with someone else that calls. If you're a believer, with a non-believer. And we can have a little fun with these debates or learn something too. Out of Babylon, we are God made flesh. W, only truth. I believe that the God of the Islam, that is the one God, is true. All right, W, only truth. If you want to engage in a respectful conversation or debate, whichever way you want to call it, call in at the Discord link at the bottom of the screen or on the chat. If you don't know the format of the debate, just ask me on the chat and I'll show you the format. Harry D, I was wondering, as a religious man, review my statement to God alone. I was wondering, as a religious man, review my statement to God alone. I don't understand your comment, Harvey D. If you can clarify, please. Out of Babylon, do you agree that energy is neither created nor destroyed, that it can only change forms? I don't know about that. I don't know. Like when a human being burns, what changes into smoke and dust. I don't know. Mr. Tekken Fan. Mr. Tekken Fan, when I was putting the image of this live stream on the Discord, man, you made me laugh with that hell gift that you put on the Discord, man. I laughed like for 2 minutes. It was funny. Second fan is asking, any Christians, theists, agnostics going up? Yes, we're waiting for people to participate. This is something, to do different. If you're not able never to participate in a debate, because some debates are way too many people, or people are too nasty, too arrogant, treat you badly. We're not like that here. We try to engage in respectful conversations, and we follow a format, specifically with times. So you are able to speak clearly, you are able to ask questions, and probably we could be convinced that God is real based on your responses, on the information that you present. So any believers, any Christians, any Muslims also that would like to participate, just call in the Discord link at the bottom of the screen or on the chat. And let's have fun with this and try to learn something of value, something valuable. That's what we're trying to achieve here out of Babylon, maybe later. But again, most will not understand the truth. They trust in what they were taught. That's Science 101. I don't know, Mr. Out of Babylon. We make the simple hard. We make the simple hard. Does water truly disappear, or does it go through various forms? Liquid, gas, solid, mixture. Yeah, I agree with you with that. Yes. But sometimes with a human being, it looks different, Way different. Oh, the one and only. Hersey 98. Welcome. Clear waters, stinky waters, murky waters. Has something happened to you that seemed genuinely supernatural or otherworldly? Yes. Yes, Hersey 98. Actually, let me see. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can show you something. It's just gonna take 1 minute. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Let me show you. Where is it? Where is it? Vids. Where is it? Vids. And we go here and we click here and we click here. That is me. My experience with the Holy Spirit. Oh, wait a second. I look kind of funny on the horizontal. Hold on, hold on. How about now? No, still. See now? Yes. That's me in a video that I made that I explained my supernatural experience with supposedly the Holy Spirit. There it is. You can look it up in my channel. Some of the first videos that I made. Again, my experience with the Holy Spirit. I give the description exactly how it happened. There you go, Hersey 98. My supernatural experience. So, Say 98, you have never participated on a discussion or debate format. For anybody that wants to participate, just call in into the Discord link. Say 98, you decide, you watch it and you decide if it's genuine or not. I don't think it's that long. Probably it's like 20 minutes. I describe minute by minute what happened to me. My experience with the Holy Spirit, with the Lord. It was quite an interesting experience. Mr. Otto Babylon, the Holy Spirit simply means the set apart truth. Before we are thought anything good or bad, we were God. I don't know, Otto Babylon. I don't know. That doesn't sound, it doesn't click. It doesn't click. Say 98, yes, I have. You so easily forgot. I so easily forgot what? I already forgot again. So, still no participants. At this point in time, we just probably invite one believer to call in and probably have a debate with me or a discussion with me. If you think that God is real, I think it's not real, at least not the God of the Bible. You can demonstrate to me how God is real by following this structure organized debate format. Probably you can ask me on the chats if you want to see the format, or just go back a little bit on the live stream. I have shown it several times. What is the format of the debate? It's very simple, very short, but very effective. This is not the first time we do this. This is going to be the second time. The first one, we have quite interesting and very good debates. Hersey 98, that I ask you questions on the 15-minute debates. That's right, Hersey 98. That's right. I forgot that you use a different username on the Discord. Yes, sometimes it happens to me that I don't remember. I don't make the connection. I just find out yesterday, I think it was, that crypto is Mr. Jeremy Wofford on the YouTube. You're absolutely right. And you did a very good job in that conversation. So we're doing the same format. We just expanded it a little bit more by suggestions, some viewers, that we include a closing format of 2 minutes and also add a 10-minute open conversation at the end to make it a little bit more interesting and more flexible. Dragon Karakzik is telling Hersey 98 to call again. I don't know, maybe Hersey 98 asked everything she was going to ask that day, that night. I don't know. I think it was Hersey 98. I don't have any questions ready, Dragon. I think it was Hersey 98 was asking me yesterday about, why I'm doing these live streams and my family and, the time that I'm taking to do this. I don't know if you have heard me saying before and on previous live streams that I don't see myself doing this for a long time. I work during the day, have like 3 jobs. I'm trying to get my freedom back by working and more for a little longer time. I have some other businesses. Doing trading. I built some bots for trading. So I said on one of the live streams, I think more than one, that if I start making money, probably I'll put my focus on those things. It could happen. And probably I'll end up not doing these live streams every day from Monday to Friday. They take a lot of time, but I enjoy them. there's no money into it, that one of the reasons that I started doing this live stream is because of money. There's no money here. At least not the type of money that I like. I'm thinking also about doing it at least 1 hour during the mornings and talk about a little bit about trading and the crypto market and the stock market. I don't know, probably I'll do that. And probably I can display one of my robots that is trading. And we're waiting for anybody that wants to debate or have a conversation about if God is real or not real. Rainbow Shangri-La, I would miss your live stream so much. Oh, thank you. That is so kind of you, Rainbow. You know, I cannot believe that I have not missed in the past. I don't know. I started doing this live stream like 6 months ago or maybe less. I don't remember. But probably I missed 1 day or 2 because of holidays here in Panama. I don't know what got into me that I'm doing these live streams, and I do it very strictly every night from Monday to Fridays. Saturdays and Sundays, I'm doing something else. I'm with my family, doing other things. I like to work from Monday to Friday very hard, and the weekends, my religion doesn't allow me to work on weekends. Verse 98, maybe if you would have been for God and talked positively about the God, he would have blessed you. You know, verse 98, if I look back in my life, I think it was my lack of knowledge, my ignorance about myself and how to handle money. I think that a lot of money went through my hands in different businesses that I have had in my life. It's not until the later years that I'm learning about the importance of having good knowledge about oneself, and also about things that you like in your life. For example, up to now, I'm starting to understand the importance of taking care of your money first. You know, of course, your health, your family, but also your money. Come up with strategies that are going to put you in some good position in life, being able to take decisions and don't have to be worrying about going to work all day or night like I'm doing right now. I don't see it that much as a work, doing these live streams at night. It's just the time. I don't have time during the day to do these live streams on other projects. I have to do it at time when it's a little bit more quiet. My phone is not ringing. You know, people are not calling me. The airplanes are not passing by. Nobody's cutting the grass at this time. So there's a lot of distractions during the day. Dragon Karbaksik writes, you cannot leave off praising God. Amen. Amen, brother. Now, I think it's about grabbing data. Hersey 98, Rainbow Dragon, I think it's about grabbing data and finding value in this data about oneself, understanding more about yourself, myself, and trying to come up with more informed decisions about life. I thought that money was always, always gonna continue come. I'm always attracted to money. Money was always running, coming to myself until it stops. Not a good feeling. Wow, we're talking about money. We're talking about God. If God is real, is it real? Oh, Out of Babylon writes, if you die hosts are struggling with it, what do you think all the Christians and atheists will do? The system has to fall and utterly fall in order for people to realize the truth. We are greater than pieces of paper, shiny rocks, and numbers on a computer screen. If you're stuck on an island with all the money in the world and no food, I think your value and perspective will change quickly. I agree. Mr. Brent A, welcome to the live stream. Brent A is asking, define real clear waters. And I don't want to get into that. I'm going to do the old Jordan Peterson. What do you mean by real? Mr. Jonathan, but are you having a good day? What do you mean by day? What do you mean by good? Can you explain what good means to you? What day means to you? Forget it, Mr. Peterson. Have a bad day? What do you mean by bad? Hersey 98, Clearwaters, are you making money your God? Hersey 98, I don't believe that I have any gods. My only God, if I had a God, probably I would go with Chulum, the only non-violent God. But if you're talking about a human God, a humane God, or mundane God, like money, stuff like that, no. But I like to put my feet on the ground and understand that we live in a world that is greatly affected by economics. You have no money, you're gonna have a rough time. You have good money, you're gonna have enjoy freedoms. That life is not gonna make you happy. I'm sorry, money is not gonna help you. It's not gonna make you happy. I'll prefer to be sad with a lot of money than being sad with no money. Besides that, I want to spend more time with my family. Enjoy more my family, my time, my freedom, choices, do more exercise, not the little exercise that I'm doing right now. I'm just doing like barely exercise, which I don't like. I like to do a lot of exercise. Out of Babylon, money is the God of the earth for everyone. Brand is God real? You have to be able to say what you mean by real. Oh, clear waters. All right, I'll answer your question, Mr. Brent A. Jordan Peterson. I'm just kidding. Real. I know exactly what you mean, or I think I know what you mean by real, because what is real? Probably God lives in an unreal dimension that is not the real that we call real. And that is the reason why we don't see God, because he's an unreal, realistic God that lives in an unreal world. Because he's capable to be on a real and an unreal world at the same time. But talking like people, you know, in the world, let's call it real. He's alive. If you can communicate with him, if he does miracles, you know. Brent Day, to me, real is that which has material or physical existence. Yes, Brente, we can agree on that. That is real. You can interact with that. It seems that God being divided in three persons is real, and also is not real in the sense of what we call real, that we can see with our senses and interact with that something that is real. But you know, Brente, I don't like to get too much deep into the definitions and into the sophisticated language of the logic and the philosophy of the definition. I don't like to do that. I like to be a little bit more simple. Brente also writes, matter is real, radiation is real, movement is real. I'm listening, I'm reading. Out of Babylon, but why do Why do I need money in a world none of us asked for to begin with? What about those who simply question it? Wow, out of Babylon. Brente, not Jordan Peterson. I'm just saying you have to define terms. I agree with Brente. I'm glad you have a sense of humor. Yeah, I understand. But for these conversations, people are gonna have different definitions for what real means. And let's try to get in agreement of what real means to us. Most likely something that we can interact with. Like people say that they have personal experiences or personal relationships with God and Jesus. I'm talking about that. Brente at Clearwater, see above for my definition and examples. Okay, Brente, I think I read it, but I'm gonna read it again. I'll be happy to. Yes, Brente says and wrote, to me, real is that which has material or physical existence. Matter is real, radiation is real, movement is real. So Brente, is God real? Out of Babylon, you don't see air as well. RSA 98 writes, clear waters, if undeniable evidence were presented to you tomorrow proving God is real, how would your daily life or perspective on the world change? I don't know, RSA 98. I think that if there's undeniable evidence that God is real, I don't I don't think that much will change until the point that I will be able to have a conversation with God and ask him like, God, what for? What for? You were lonely, sad, in the nothingness, that you wanted to make this whole soap opera novella about having these little things called humans and punish them. What for? Are you missing something, God? Are you okay? Do you need a hug? Oh, out of Babylon, you don't see air as well. Oh, Brente, nah, you are just equivocating on the definition of real. Come on now. It's your question. Out of Babylon, how do you know it exists? Can you set it? Brente, simple. Isn't better if you equivocate on your definition of real? Out of Babylon, Brente, out of Babylon is something we agree we can interact with existence. Okay, Brente, I think I understand where you're coming from, and I'm starting to agree, yes. Out of Babylon, so if we agree and we see the problem it causes, why do we ask continue to agree to it? What? Brent, Clearwaters, there is lag between me typing and you reading. Sorry. Yes. There's always a delay, sometimes of 10 seconds, sometimes up to a minute. And sometimes the messages are going too fast. So I follow, I get behind on the reading of the messages. Oh, win. 9719. No, I don't think God is real. Oh, do we have a caller? Mr. James in Seattle, if you give me just one moment so I can give you some volume. Hold on. You're muted right now. You there, Mr. James in Seattle? Oh, all right. Hold on. Can you hear me? Can you, James in Seattle, can you disconnect and connect, please? Okay, go ahead and talk.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you tonight?
Good, 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 good. Do you want to participate in this debate? Are you a believer or non-believer?
I'm a non-believer. I wasn't not sure if this is if you showed a debate ahead of time. I just saw the channel, and my position is I don't think God is real.
Oh, all right. So we have a non-believer. Now, how about a believer that wants to engage in a conversation or a mini debate? James, did you see the format of the? Were you able to read the format of the debate?
No, I wasn't. I apologize. If there's some link I can go to, happy to go to it.
You know, if you can check at the beginning of the live stream, if you go to YouTube, you know, the live stream and just go back a little bit, I
Hmm.
show the format. It's very interesting. It's a very compact way to do a debate, organized, respectfully.
Sure.
Yes, and so you can see it, and that way you understand it. So you'll be more mentally prepared, and
Oh
that
yeah, I
way,
see it here now. Yeah, the round one. Ask questions. Questioner asks one question at a time and answers mainly results. Okay. Yeah, I think I could follow this. I won't say I'm terribly prepared, but feel free to jump in if I stray or get something wrong.
all right, awesome. So we're just waiting for a believer because I'm also a non-believer, so we cannot have a debate. Um, but I know that always believers want to call in and tell us about God and how real God is. So we're just waiting for a believer that would like to have a mini debate, organized debate, structured debate with Mr. James in Seattle. In the meantime, James, if you want, you can just mute yourself, or you can ask me any questions also. You know, we can talk. That's no problem with me. Waiting for a believer to join.
Sure, I'll go ahead and mute. Well, I'd love to talk to you. I'm gonna look over the rules real quick.
Sure, sure. All right, so we have an unbeliever ready to have a debate with a believer. I thought that people were always talking and telling, "Hey, God is real, Jesus is real," but how about explaining it a little bit? I read Full Wind. No, I don't think God is real. Dragon Karaxi. Call Hersey 98 if you want to have a conversation or a mini debate with Mr. James in Seattle. Dragon Karaxi says just for fun. Dragon Karaxi is both. It's like an atom, like an electron. Two places at the same time on the vertical and the horizontal. We're waiting for a believer to join this debate. We have an unbeliever ready to participate. Let's make this fun. Let's make this valuable. So. Fucking Babylon. Out of Babylon. Also, yeah, people are saying that what if you call any believers are very quiet on the live stream tonight. I wonder why. No believers want to defend God. That's interesting. To Mr. Brent A, is God real? What do you mean by real? Clear waters. Is it the real or the real that is not real? Is it the real that you can interact with this real, or the real that you cannot interact with? The one that is invisible, that you can interact in your mind with your imagination. Man, what happened with those Muslims that used to call a few live streams back? Seems to me they were very sure that God was real, Allah was real. Brent A writes, Clearwater, so do we agree that real means to have material and or physical existence? If so, then God is not real or real in a real way. That is not real. I think that for the sake of, agreeing on something about what real means, yeah, I agree with you. Something that is material, that has physical existence that you can interact with. So people say that they hear the voice of God, that God touches their heart. Brand Day, as in right now, we're waiting for a believer. I think you're not a believer. Brand Day, numbers are not real. Some believers say that numbers prove that God is real. Dragon Karaxi 8B was great guy. Yes. He hasn't stopped by in a while. He's like, I don't like that Clearwater guy. He's pushing back on my God. I don't like it. Brente, circles are not real. So what are you trying to say, Brente? That hot dogs are not real? Are you sure? Second fan, crazy USA struggling against Bosnia. So is USA playing right now? Mr. Tekken fan, football. Brente out of Babylon. Now, you tell me if you think God is real according to the definition of on the table, please. Yeah, I think it's important to agree on some of the definitions, because when you're trying to have a conversation and you don't agree on the definitions, I don't think that conversation is gonna go very well. But I suspect Brent A, probably a believer, will tell you that God is so real, that he goes around and is unreal in a realistic way. Through the power of the Holy Spirit, incarnated in Jesus, who realizes that he's real in an unrealistic way. Like Wes Hoff says. He explained it in a very good way that only himself understands it. If you haven't seen my video about Wes Hoff, I invite you to go to my library and watch that video, me reacting to Mr. Wes Hoff. I call him Mr. Wes Make It Up Hoff. Rente Clearwaters, now that I've got you talking about definitions, make you Jordan Peterson right. Wait. Now that I've got you talking about definitions, make you Jordan Peterson, right? Yes. Now I'm acting like Jordan Peterson. Are you sure about your definitions, Mr. Brende? You sure that real is real? There are some people on the Discord right now, some believers on the Discord. You can just join the conversation, have a little debate. I'm gonna have to mute this because of that little sound. Mute for 3 hours. Oh, Mr. Jem in Seattle is waiting very patiently. Oh, we have Ikaya Elohim, also known out of Babylon. And we also have another caller, Phantom X. Hey, James, is that you? I can see you. Ikaya, are you going to participate in the debate? As I know that you seem to be a believer. Hey, Phantom X, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing great. Doing great.
Don't forget don't forget to set these guys with the permissions.
Oh, that's right. I think probably that's why I don't hear. Hey, Ikaya, can you hear me? If
Yeah, I can hear you now.
oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Phantom. You saved me
I'm glad that you can hear me
again.
now.
Hey, Ikaya, are you going to participate in the debate?
Sure, no problem. I told you
Is
the truth.
is it possible you can get a little bit close to the microphone? You sound like far away from the microphone.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's way better.
I said the truth is here, so.
All right, so let me put on the screen the times. So basically, we're gonna do a 2-minute session where you present your views about God or not believing in God, and then we jump to the part where you ask the questions and the other person just answers the questions. After 15 minutes, we turn it around for the other person to ask the questions. After that, then we go into 10 minutes of open discussion or conversation, respectfully. And after that, just a 2-minute closing statements. Sounds good?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. So who wants to go first? Ikaya or James? I think James was here first, so let's let him go first.
Sure, thank you. And is it Akaya? Is that the correct pronunciation of your name?
Yeah, that's right. Or you can call me out of Babylon. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll use Akaya just because it's on the screen.
right.
So,
Go ahead.
great. So for the opening statement, I am a non-believer. I have seen no good reason or evidence to support various God claims. I find the most reasonable explanation is that these are stories of people who are trying to explain the world to authors to writing to the audience of their times, trying to address historical, social, and political goals. And as I look at the world around me through the lens of naturalism, science, common sense, and my own experiences, I just don't find that the God explanations that I've heard so far have been sufficient to really give me any insight in a practical way. But I am open to being wrong about that. I just wait for something that is convincing to myself. And I'll end there.
All right, perfect. So let's reset the time. And Ikaya, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I do believe in God, but the problem is I think I'm the wrong Christian to talk to because again, the Christians are going to be mad at me because I agree with most of the things you say. The issue is again that I say that I've always been saying that I've been typing for the longest now that God is love and wisdom. I got an echo on my phone. I'm hearing it for some reason.
We can hear you clearly here.
All right, I'm just hearing the echo, so you gotta. But God is love and wisdom, and it's the same thing as our physical realm of air. We can't see air, but we can see where air influences. We breathe air every day. We need air to survive. If the air blows out in the street, we can see it by the dust and the trash that it moves. Or if there's a tornado, like I said, it moves every object. That's how love and wisdom operates within us. So I agree with what he said. The Bible was simply written as, like you said, a political tool. It was simply men using the name of goodness at the time of the day of God to do whether it was good or evil over the people. And it is the same thing we see today. This is why I harp on homelessness and poverty. These are things that we can clearly end today. But we want to talk about something outside of ourselves when we know that we clearly got ourselves into this problem because we are the physical manifestation of love and wisdom. And we can choose these things. Like we can choose to use money. We can choose to use crypto. We can choose to use numbers on the computer screen, or we can choose to make it free. The choice is up. It's on us. And that's what God is, us. Love and wisdom made flesh. And it is influenced by us. We can see how love and wisdom move through us.
All right.
You might have,
All right. That's time. Sorry to interrupt you, Kaya. That's time. So now what we're going to do, a 15-minute session where Mr. James is going to ask you questions, Ikaya, and you can answer in one word or one sentence. No preaching, no speeches. And then after 15 minutes, you do the same thing to him. You ask him questions and he answers, okay?
Okay.
All right, so here we go. We started.
Great, thank you. Kaya, thank you for explaining your views. I'm not sure how much of a debate there'll be because it sounds like we agree on a lot of things. But my question to you is, to start with, do you think there's any religious text that is more informative, is more correct about your view of God or supports your view of God over any others?
No. I believe that the world works, and I'm a simple man, and I'm trying to describe it as simply as I can. I believe that the world works like a Coke machine and a Pepsi machine. If you was to walk into a building and you only saw a Coke machine, your chances of buying Coke is 50-50. Of buying a drink, period, it's 50-50. And they've done tests on this. But if you walk into a building and you see a Coke and a Pepsi machine, the question not becomes, do you buy a drink or not? The question becomes, which one? So the chances of you buying a drink has been greatly improved because they gave you the illusion of choice.
Okay, just one word or one sentence.
Yeah,
So the answer is no. No book is. All books are the same.
Okay, thank you for that. When you say God is love and wisdom, those are two very nice attributes that we would agree with. Why did you pick those two instead of saying God is wrath and ignorance, for example? Is there anything that led you to the positive feelings versus perhaps negative feelings?
Because again, just like you, I look at the things I see. And I can only go by the things I see. I can't worry about reptilians, sky daddies, red devils, men in white robes. Can't worry about none of that. I'm looking at the world I can see. And I see us doing evil things to each other.
So,
go ahead.
Ikaya, yes, it's just a reminder. It's just one word or one sentence.
See, that's why I told you the only thing with me is it's hard to do formatted rules because the truth is
you're gonna have. I'm gonna stop the time for a moment. You're gonna have an open conversation at the end, so you're gonna be able to express yourself as you want at the end. So we continue. Go ahead.
Sure. Why do you feel the need to say that God is X, Y, and Z? I guess my question is, isn't it possible that you could say humans have love and wisdom in them, and we should choose to use those attributes more than other attributes? And if that's the case, like do we need to say God is something, or can we just say people have positive attributes?
I mean, God is us. So I would say yes.
Okay.
It's on us. It's on us.
So
Nobody is say.
when I look around, I mean, when I think of us, I think of, I accept evolution. I think we are flawed primates. I think we do a lot of great things, but we have these darker sides to ourselves. So why use the God concept at all?
Because I think it's a way of control because for some reason we find ourselves in a state of decay. We are fearful of dying. This is why we probably work every day because we fearful of being outside. We fearful of not having medicine for whatever ailments we have, and we fearful of death.
Sure. And I think that's would be expected in a natural world. We fear death, we fear pain, We have a lot of problems due to our evolution. But I don't know why you use the word God. I guess that's what I want to hone in on. Why say that we are God or God is love? What is the God word get you that just saying people are love or people can be wise? Why add God into the mix when you use that phrase?
Because God to me means to be in total control of your life in every aspect of it, whatever that word means. So right now we're not God and Lord of our lives. We are doing things that we really don't want to do, but we find ourselves having to do it because we have to quote unquote earn a living.
Sure, and I this may be a little off topic, but I think your take on this is so unique. Do you think the way you're using God, this idea of being in control, fully of your emotions, your life, your choices, is that, do you think, maybe causing more confusion because of how so different people use the term God?
No, the confusion is that people trust in what other people believe and teach instead of just believing in their own eyes and in
Okay.
their own ears and start asking questions, basic, simple questions.
Okay. I think I'll cede the rest of my time. I think I've gotten, Akaya, thank you for answering those. I think I've got a beginning of an idea of your philosophy. So I don't think I need to ask any more questions at this point.
All right, let's reset that time. And this is your turn, Ikaya, to ask James questions. Go ahead and start now.
Okay. Um, I guess I can start with let's talk about the things we can see. Let's start with simple stuff like homelessness. Why do you think there are homelessness in America?
I'm sorry, what was that? How many or?
No, I said, why do you think we have homelessness in America?
Uh, I think it's a complex question. I'll try to be succinct. I think we have a unbalanced social structure. I think we have a political system that has moved to demonize or undermine education. I think we have a health structure that does not value mental health and supporting people. And lastly, we have a rampant worship of greed in both private and corporate life.
All right, well, myself as a simple man, I'm gonna keep it simple. I believe it's like that because the love of money is the root of all evil.
Ikaya, it's your
And what
turn
I mean by that,
to ask questions.
oh, okay, okay. Um, let me think of something else. Yeah. I guess your answer would be the same thing. Why would you think poverty or hunger exists?
Oh, sorry, what was that word?
So why do you believe or why do you think poverty or hunger exists?
Same, similar social reasons.
What would turn a man to do something evil, like to kill someone?
I think there's a few things. I'll try to be succinct. Um, Emotion, anger, fear. I think greed or other emotions like that, hatred. And lastly, I think a form of peer pressure and expectation from friends, family, society, authority figures can motivate someone who would not normally murder or kill to kill.
Okay. Can these three things be prevented today?
I don't think so. And what I'll say not entirely no.
Um, I guess that's all. Because again, that's all I just want to deal with what I can see. So that's all the questions I have.
All right. All right, let's pause it. Okay, so you guys have not used your entire time. So right now we pass to the open conversation, and this is gonna be 10 minutes. Just, you can ask questions, openly for 10 minutes, starting now.
Sure. Do you want to go first?
Um, I mean, I don't have necessarily questions. I just have solutions. I'm telling you honestly, and I'm not trying to be cocky or anything. The truth is here, whether you accept it or not. This is not my word. I don't have no fear in my heart. I believe all men are saved. We find salvation because we are a personal manifestation of love and wisdom. Energy that is neither created nor, and I learned this in science class, energy that is neither created nor destroyed, that can only change forms. And I watch water do it all the time.
What do you mean save? Save from what?
Death, the thing we're fearful of.
I take the approach that everything dies, everything sentient dies, as far as I know. So, what do you mean save from death?
I mean that we can beat death.
How would that happen? How would you? What is your version of beating death?
Coming together in love.
Okay.
Stop selling things to one another. Stop thinking that this world is for our benefit. Stop thinking that people that treat cancer is in it for your well-being. When they're getting paid $1 trillion to treat cancer, they will never find a cure. Why do we believe this?
Sure. I probably agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think maybe my only comment is your view when you use words like or phrases like conquering death or we are God or God is love. I guess my only comment would be that I'm so used to hearing that from, say, Christians or Muslims or Jews, that it does make your message a little confusing, if that makes sense.
It's confusing because Christians and Muslims are taught the truth. But put it to you this way: if I was, and again, I recognize this in myself because I see myself in every man. If I was born in an Islamic country or on that side of the world, I'll be talking about the most humble Allah or something. I understand this. It's about where I was born and what I was taught. But I also learned in my studies of the Bible that every holy book concludes that all you got to do is love your neighbor as yourself.
Oh yeah,
So I'm sorry, but if the conclusion of every book is to love your neighbor as yourself, then that's the answer. Why are we fighting one another?
Yeah, I think I think I'd probably agree with you there. I mean, I have no problem with there being good wisdom in ancient books any more than I do in wisdom found in books today. So yeah, I think because you're taking a very general find wisdom and kindness and love in holy books and treat each other better. I don't think I have much to say against that because I may not agree with your view of the language, like God, God or conquering death. It seems to me that as an atheist, like I don't have a clear objection to anything you're saying because you don't seem to be implying a strict spiritual
no.
God. Yeah. So yeah. Okay.
Restrictions on love, man. If I love you, I want the best for you and your children. That's it. That's all. If I'm in your house, I won't steal from you. If you don't like to smoke, I won't smoke around you. This isn't hard to do.
No,
Respect and love. That's it. And mind my business.
I would agree with that. I think I'll pass my time because I don't think we have much more to go back and forth on, unless there's anything you want to ask me from an atheist standpoint. But it sounds like we're in agreement on a lot of things.
No, I told you, Christians and atheists and Muslims, all these people gonna get mad. The truth is here. You really want to listen? We can stop these things today. You might not believe we can stop death. Hold on, let me finish this statement. You might not believe we can stop death, but we can end homelessness. If you look up on your computer right now how many empty homes compared to homelessness in America, it'll tell you along the lines of 7 empty houses to one homeless person. That means you can clear homelessness and still have 6 empty houses for every one person you clear off the street. Only reason we don't do it is because of money. So we have to realize what the problem is for everybody. And right now we under this scam.
Hey Kaya, we're gonna have to stop it. Your connection is breaking up a lot, so when you talk, it's hard to understand sometimes what you're saying. I don't know if it's your phone or your connection.
Not sure.
Yeah, I think it's okay for you guys if we stop it there because I think also
I
there's a lot of agreement.
Yeah, thank you so much, Akai. I appreciate you coming up and
a lot of
get to chat with you.
I cannot deny that. I'm not no rigid. I'm not no church going. No, I just want to, like I said, I'm just tired of death, and I'm tired of seeing people on the street. And I
All
think
right.
if you're a human being, you should be tired of seeing people on the street too.
All right. Thank
I'm just
you, Gaia.
saying
Yeah,
Thank
well
you.
said.
Thank you so much for participating, guys. Thank you so much. Hang in there, James, if you want, because there's not. Well, I don't know if Phantom wants to participate. I don't know that Phantom is not not a believer, but if we don't have another non-believer that wants to participate, you can go ahead again if you want. Dre, if you're listening to me right now, I'm going to unmute you. For anybody that is listening to me right now and you find yourself muted automatically when you join the Discord, we're doing that because yesterday we had some, I don't know if they call it bombing, like a lot of people join and they try to take down the live stream. So trying to protect a little bit the Discord. So Dre, if you can unmute yourself. If you're not able to unmute yourself, just disconnect and connect again and you should be able to speak, because I know that Dre is a believer. I don't know if he wants to participate on the debate. Also, her say 98. You write so much for going into chat. They have you muted. Her say 98. Yeah, everybody else, only the participants can talk at that moment. But if you join the Discord, I can unmute you if you want to participate in the debate as a believer, because I know you're a believer. You can go ahead and join again the Discord. Dre, if you can hear me and you're still not able to unmute yourself, just disconnect and connect again and you should be okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Hi. How's it going, guys?
Great, doing great. Do you want to participate in the debates?
I just joined, so I didn't really hear much about what the conversation was that was taking place exactly, but I would like to participate. I just don't want to participate too early before I have anything to say, I guess.
All right. We have a non-believer or atheist. It's okay if I call you James atheist?
Yeah, atheist is fine.
So basically, Dre, we're doing debate night with a format that we're following. You see on the screen right now is 2 minutes for introduction or open statements, then 15 minutes of cross-examination from one another, and then a 10-minute section of open conversation, and ending in a 2-minute closing statements from each of the participants. So if you're ready to participate, let me know. Or if
Okay.
not, you want to do it?
Yeah, I mean, you know me, Javier, I kind of ramble a lot, so it might not be like,
All
the
right.
15 minutes might be a lot for me, so.
No, listen, there's a format that we're following that when, for example, in the case of James, if he starts and he starts asking question in the cross-examination, he's going to ask you a question and you can answer with one word or one sentence.
Okay.
All right. I'll just
like
try to
that.
remind you while we're doing this. Okay. So,
Yeah.
James, you want to go first?
Sure, if that's fine with Dre.
Just let
Yeah, for
Dre
sure.
know. I know you're going to repeat again, probably what you said at the beginning, but give a chance to Dre to listen to your position. So go ahead and the 2 minutes start now.
Sure, thank you. Nice to meet you, Dre. So I am an atheist. I do not currently believe in any god or gods. My view, after personal experience and investigations into different religions, primarily Christianity and Judaism, is that the authors of these books were men, and many of the stories were done for political, social, or similar reasons. The authors were speaking to the audiences of their time. And so far, I haven't seen any good reason or evidence to support the idea that a specific God exists and interacts with humanity. But I am open to the possibility.
All right.
Cool. Thank you for sharing.
We'll reset the clock. And Dre, if you want to open with a statement, you can let James, your position about God. Go ahead now.
Okay. Hi, James. Nice to meet you. I'm Dre, and so I am a believer. I used to not be a believer at one point in time. I was raised, I guess, in a faithful family to some degree. My mom's side of the family was Catholic. My dad's side of the family was Lutheran. I definitely had a sense of faith at a young age. very strong, definitely from a young age. That was not dependent upon my family because my family really wasn't super devout in their faith. So that was kind of a unique thing to me. Like my siblings and my cousins, nobody really followed that same path that I followed. But as I got older in my teenage years, I still maintained a sense of faith. Quite strong, but then I got in a really bad car accident. I was hit head on by a semi truck when I was almost 19 years old, and still 18, and that kind of shook my revel. It kind of like shook my entire worldview, and then I became an atheist for a period of time. Not terribly long. Like it was an interesting case for me. Like some might say I was agnostic. I would say I was an atheist because I was very much so, I wanted there to be a God, but I was very much so convinced that there was not a God. And that was kind of my conundrum that I was dealing with at that point in my life. And as a matter of fact, that actually kind of started even prior to my car accident. The car accident really emphasized it even more. But yeah, that was like my first year of college. It was really difficult for me, anyways. And then so many life experiences. I'm now in my mid 30s, like,
All
so
right.
obviously it's been
That's
quite some time. So I've now become a believer again for enough reasons. So
uh, all right. That's 2 minutes. Okay, so we go into the first session of 15 minutes of cross-examination, starting with you, James, asking questions to Dre, and Dre will answer with one word or one sentence. Starting now.
Great. Well, first, Trey, thank you for that. And very sorry to hear about the car accident. Glad you seem to be on the mend, although I know those things are very traumatic. So thank you for sharing that.
thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Just confirm, so you consider yourself a Christian. Is there any denomination of Christianity you fall towards, evangelical, Baptist, etc.?
No, not necessarily. And I really, I mean, yes, I do consider myself a Christian, but I don't even necessarily use that terminology really. I just consider myself I mean, obviously it's kind of a given. A follower of Christ would be considered a Christian, but I think a lot of people call themselves Christians nowadays, and that's not really the case. So I just consider myself to be a follower of Christ.
Okay. Do you think that Christ was a real person, or these are just stories that you're trying to live by?
I certainly believe that he was a real person.
Do you think the Bible is Old Testament and New accurate in terms of its histories and stories?
Uh, I'm not a biblical scholar, but so despite not being very well versed in a lot of it, yes, I do have my questions and my struggles and all of those kinds of things. So it's not like I'm yeah, so if that answers that.
Okay, sure. No, that's great. Um, do you believe that the Christian God answers prayers for Christians? Miracles, big or small. Like, do you think God's active in the world right now?
Yes.
Do you believe that the Christian God only answers prayers for Christians, or do you think that God answers prayers for like Muslims, Hindus, and other faiths?
That's a really good question. That's not something I've really like thought about in a ton of depth, just because, but I do, yeah, I mean, I do think that he does work in all people's lives. I think he is trying to bring everybody to him, and so I do think that that's not isolated. Now, this is just my opinion. But
Oh, sure.
yeah, I don't think that's isolated to just a certain group of humans. I believe that all humans are his creation, and he's trying to bring all humans to know him more deeply and fully and entirely. So, from that
Okay,
standpoint, I do think he works within, in anybody's life.
sure. Um, is there any aspect of Christianity or the Old Testament or the New Testament where if you found out something was, as best as we can determine, not accurate, would that um, Would that be something you'd want to know about? Would it upset your faith? Would it change your faith at all, do you think?
There would probably be a time in the past where sure that may cause you know, doubt or whatever the case. I would say not at this point in my life, no. Where it's not something that would derail my faith um because of the experiences that I've had over so many years. But certainly there was a point in time where yes, that kind of thing would, you know, if I didn't understand something or if it meant something different than the understanding that I had, um, if I didn't know how to apply it to modern day life as well as ancient life and what does it all mean, then yes, like I could see that being an issue for me in the past. But nowadays, nah, not really.
Okay. When you talk about your experiences without knowing specifics, have you ever thought about if those experiences could be explained in a naturalistic way, such as imagination or moments of emotion that weren't spiritual, but just naturalistic in cause?
Sure, yeah, definitely.
Do you have any thoughts or explanations on why there's so many different views and claims about God? If there is only one, why do we have so many different religions in the world?
Well, I mean, ultimately, by my worldview, I believe that, like there's good, there's evil, there's God, there's Satan, there's everything that comes along with that. There's the kingdom of heaven, there's the dominion of darkness, hell, whatever we want to go, everything that comes with that. And so I do believe that being in a fallen world, like I think that's where other deities would rise up in different cultures throughout history as a result of deception.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that that's the main. But that's just. I think that in my worldview, I think that could kind of explain why there's so much disagreement. I mean, and then ultimately, what are we doing as a result of that?
right, right. Now
Warring against each other. Yeah, it's
yeah,
not good
I
stuff,
gotcha.
right?
So
Yeah.
my next question would be: you seem to accept that there are other false religions out there. Um, how would you examine your own faith to determine if it's false or not? Because so many people believe that Allah is true, or the Hindu gods, or other, countless gods. How do you test your own faith against that possibility that it's just wrong?
Well, I would just say Jesus is a very unique figure in regard to what he experienced, but also what he did. I would say in regard to what has happened since his time on earth, like there's been obviously a lot of good and bad that has been done in his name. Now, but I would say if you take the life that his short time on earth, um, and if you do believe that he was actually a physical, real, in the flesh human being, then I think applying everything that he did and said and went through is far beyond what any other deity ever, uh
If you found out that
servant,
there
he
were,
wasn't like I'm listening.
oh yeah, so if I could provide examples of other gods or God stories that had similar stories to Jesus, healing of the sick, healing limbs, appearances on the road, dying and then rising again. If all of those stories that were available to the authors of the Bible at the time were presented to you and you could see where they could have got those ideas, would you be willing to consider that perhaps his story wasn't as unique as perhaps you think it is, and perhaps it was much more of a coming from stories that the authors knew at the time they were written?
I mean, I would be curious to hear what it is specifically that you are referencing. Yes, I would be open to hearing what you have to say about that.
Okay. Um,
Do I think it's
Sure.
going to change my opinion? No, I do not. But I am absolutely open to
Sure.
hearing what you have to say. Certainly.
Sure. Sure. I don't expect any one thing I would say to you to, destroy your faith or anything like that. I think that's all my time for now. I think that gives us a good grounding for going into the, back and forth, where maybe we can get into some more details. But I will cede my time and let Dre ask questions.
All right, perfect. So I reset the time, and now, Dre, you can ask James questions. Okay, just questions. So
Okay.
starting now.
Okay. Give
Relax.
me a
It's all
little bit
good.
of a.
Yeah.
I know it's not a big deal, right? Yeah, it's like it's all good. Just chill. So, okay, James. So, have you always been an atheist?
No, was raised Catholic light. The story I say is that my godmother, or my mom, said she talked to God while doing the dishes. I went to Catholic school. I was Catholic. I was Wiccan for a while. I looked into parapsychology, and then after all of that, just realized I was an atheist.
Okay. So, like, so you're Catholic for a while, and then you realize you're an atheist. After becoming, you were Wiccan for a while. Like, I mean, can you give me an idea of like how old you were, like when you became an atheist?
Oh, sure. It was most of this
Was
would have
this like
happened like the college years.
okay, college years? Okay, so by college years you decide okay. And what? So when you were Catholic, did you? I mean, essentially, were you just following the faith because it was what your family did? Did you have any sort of, I guess, identity individual to yourself, separate of your family in the faith? And I guess through prayer, anything of that, where you were trying to communicate with God
Only one
on your
question.
own?
Only one question
Yeah,
at a time.
yeah.
So thank you.
I I can't remember that far back. I'm sure I did pray, and Catholic churches are great for feeling emotions and the presence of God. They're very theater-like, but no, it was mostly through my family and my school. I was not a big participant in church activities.
Okay, okay. And how? Okay, so and then as far as like being Wiccan, is that
Hmm.
correct? Am I saying that correct?
Yeah.
What did that ultimately was? Did you experience any sort of spiritual happenings during your time in that lifestyle?
I did. If we get to it later, I can talk about what those were. But the long and short of it is, after having experiences, when I moved more towards a scientific study of religion, I reviewed the data in my own head and determined that there was a better explanations for what I experienced than magic or spirits. It was probably my own imagination, things like that. So after checking myself, I determined no, it probably wasn't supernatural.
Okay, how would you define, like, hypothetically, if you were completely not, and I'm not saying that you are biased. I mean, we all have a little bit of bias, obviously, but if
Sure.
you were right in the middle and you were agnostic, for example, how would you define spirits? Like, what would you imagine them to be?
Sure. Off the top of the head, I would say they are spiritual, non-material, intelligent entities that exist both in and out of our reality in some way.
Okay, so like maybe potentially interdimensional beings or something like that.
Sure.
Whatever. Okay, sure. Okay. Um, interesting. So do you believe that the universe has always existed?
Yes, I lean towards that, but I am not a cosmologist. I tend to accept whatever the best theories currently are.
Okay. Um, and forgive me, I don't know what the most recent agreement is, I guess, between, the consensus, but can you tell me, so you do believe that the universe had a beginning, is that correct?
I think there was some form of time that started, but I am not intelligent or well versed enough to talk about, what's the first moment before time. I don't even know what that means. So it,
Sure.
it it's one of those things that doesn't really affect my day-to-day life, so I don't think about it much.
Certainly. Okay. Um, that's totally fair. And I feel like that is also something that you can sit and postulate, but at the end of the day, who knows? So, okay, so you don't spend much. I'm just trying to kind of gather my thoughts here as far as where I want to take this. So ultimately, you don't believe that. Now, what would it take for you to be convinced that potentially there is a higher power?
Personal experience would be one. I
Okay.
think also if there was simply repeatable examples of supernatural interactions with the world, that would certainly do it as well.
Okay. So, like, essentially, repeatable examples. I think that's the word you said, right? Or replicatable examples. Like, so ultimately, something that the world could agree upon universally, or like there'd be a consensus, a scientific consensus, almost in a sense. Is that right? Is that what you were
Sure,
getting at?
sure. That'd be one thing that could
Okay.
convince me.
Okay. Sure. It's cool that you're open to just personal experience. That's something that I think is very, very powerful. And I think that is honestly the nuts and bolts of it. So what have you, what lengths would you be willing to go to test the fabric or the framework of potentially experiencing some sort of divine encounter? Since you're an atheist and you don't believe that there is anything, like, to what level are you willing to go at your current point in life, to maybe unbiasedly see if there actually is something out there? Like, are
Uh,
you open to anything?
yeah. At my age and in my situation, I'm not going to abandon my family and job to go travel the world to see all the examples of supernatural claims. But for example, if someone said that they could provide evidence of a miracle, or if there was some historical or archaeological find that they thought was really convincing, I would certainly listen to what they had to say.
Okay, but how about okay, so aside from those things, aside from like testable, verifiable thing, I'm getting at, like, for you in your own personal life, say just you driving in your car on the way to work in the morning, are you willing to pray open-mindedly? And is that something that you'd be willing to do to test the personal experience component of whether or not there's a higher power?
It could be. I've prayed to at least a couple different forms of divinity and haven't got a satisfactory answer. So I don't know if I would tend to do it unless I had a good reason to think it would work this time when it hasn't other times. But
Sure.
potentially, yes.
Okay. Okay. And can I ask, like, how many times have you done that before? Not that quantifiable, not that that's really what it comes down, but I'm like, is this something you've done like once or twice in your life? Is it something you've done several hundred times in your life? Like,
I
where
I
do you range in there?
I don't think I can give a good answer just because between my being a Catholic as a child and my different swaps of religion in adulthood, I don't have an honest number for how often I prayed. It could be thousands, tens of thousands. I don't
Okay.
really know.
Okay, cool. Well, that's great. Um, have you done any fasting? Any not just from a health standpoint, but spiritual fasting?
I don't know what spiritual fasting means.
So essentially there's, like, intermittent fasting, and there's like, abstaining from food for like 18 hours a day or something. And then there's a prolonged fasting, say fasting from food for 3 days, 7 days, for health benefits specifically, but not engaging in prayer, in meditation, in reflecting on scripture with an open mind. That would be, I'd say, the difference between like a health-based fast and a spiritual fast. A spiritual fast obviously is going to come with all the benefits of a health-based fast, but a spiritual fast is going to incorporate, like, the main focus is going to be prayer, uh, worship, and being in the scripture. Is that something that you would consider doing? Would
Uh,
consider trying?
Probably not, just because I don't fast very often, and my worry would be that if I engaged in 3 days of fasting, that would affect my mental state. So anything I experienced after that, I would be very suspect of because I just fasted for 3 days, and I'm not used to doing that. So probably not at this point.
Okay, so what if you started? Would you consider starting with 2 days, 3 days, eventually working your way up to more days over the course of say 6 months to a year? Would you be willing to try something like that to build
Possibly.
up the uh, to acclimate yourself to what that feels like for your body?
Now we're getting into like nutrition and health. I'm not opposed to a fasting. I don't fast myself, so I'd have to find some good health reason for it before even considering doing it for spiritual reasons.
Well, the health reasons to do it, that's that's all fine. I'm just asking whether you would be willing to, whether you'd be
Uh,
willing to.
if I thought it would have some positive outcome, sure,
What if I would tell you that it does have a positive outcome, and if you were to try it, you might be very surprised?
that could be. I'd want to know more about it, I guess, before I went
Okay,
through all that.
absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate your openness to that, and thanks for letting me ask some questions. Sorry, I know I kind of was all over the place with stuff, but
It's all good.
uh,
All
yeah.
right. So we'll stop it there. And then we get into the 10-minute section. This is an open conversation. You can ask anything or say anything starting now.
Great. Do you want to jump in? I know I've been talking for a bit before you, so if not, I have some questions.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
So one thing that I've found as I've looked more into the academia of the Bible is that many of the stories we see in both the Old Testament and the New have stories or themes or memes or traditions that predate the authors writing them. An example I would give is the laws of Hammurabi predate the laws of Leviticus and Exodus, and many of them are taken one for one. So it seems like the early Israelites were taking laws that already existed and then modifying for their specific needs. And when I mentioned Jesus, there are um, stories that Greek authors in the first and second century would have been familiar with. Vespasian was a Roman um, a politician who, for example, was said to cure the blind by spitting in his hand and wiping their eyes, something Jesus did. He a Roman or Greek officer or young politician claimed to have met him on the road where Vespasian in spirit form gave his followers instructions about where he was going to the heavens and what to do in his absence, which is very similar to Paul's experience on the road to Jesus. So, to me, when I see these stories and I learn more about what was happening at the time, the Jesus story becomes far less unique. I think there's a good case to be made that the authors were using tropes and memes of their time, just like today. If I said, "With great power comes great responsibility," you would know I'm talking about Spider-Man. Or the old tropes of like, if it's a black and white film and there's a detective and a woman walks in that's very attractive, she's probably trouble. The sort of film noir tropes. So to me, I guess my question is, if you discovered all this, I think it makes the Jesus story far less unique in many ways.
Okay. Uh, so I do want to preface with I have heard of over the years
Hmm.
stories like things that you're mentioning. Not necessarily all of them, not but just the idea that that Jesus is just a recreation of another deity from another civilization in a bygone era prior to, ancient Israel, right? And so from
No,
that standpoint,
I'd
as,
push
as,
back a little. I'd push back a little bit and just say I'm not. I believe Jesus was a real person, a preacher, an end
mhm,
time preacher. What I meant more is that the New Testament authors seem to be
uh-huh,
drawing upon stories that they were reading from writers of their time, like not ancient things, but stories that were happening at the time, and then applying those to Jesus.
okay, okay. So essentially, whether So you do believe that he was a real person on this earth?
Yeah, I think he was an end time preacher that ran afoul of the Roman authorities and was killed. And then his followers started a cult of belief around him that eventually expanded. But I do
Okay.
think there was a real person. I'm not a mythicist.
May I ask, what, when you say you believe he was an end time preacher, are you talking like eschatology? Are you talking like the book of Revelation? Or just help me to understand kind of what exactly you mean when you say that.
Sure. I think, like many Jews at the time, he believed that there was supposed to be God's presence on earth, the raising up of Israel over her enemies, including specifically Rome. Uh, the imagery we see in the Book of Revelation is very clear about that. We can look to Daniel and this idea of, the prophecies didn't come true. We have to renegotiate them. So I think Jesus saw himself as in a line of important preachers that were trying to bring about the end times in terms of God's return to earth and the overthrow of Israel's enemies. I think he did think the end was coming soon. Similar to preachers today who will go out there and warn you that the end is coming soon, so you need to repent.
Sure thing. Okay. Yeah, no doubt. Now, so obviously where we're going to disagree, I'm assuming, is that he did not rise from the dead. Right?
Yeah,
Obviously.
yeah.
Yeah.
My view is there's a lot of natural explanations and a lot of stories at this time about heroes rising from the dead, and combined with some historical evidence that sometimes people were trapped alive, and grave robbers would go in and find them alive. I'm not saying Jesus was found alive. I'm just saying that there seemed to be a lot of grave robbing, and add in the stories of the time about heroes rising from the dead. I think there's a better explanation than a miraculous resurrection.
Okay. Um and I know you had mentioned, like, as far as the men that had written the stories and such, do you, like, in regard to, do you find it interesting that they would have, if they were trying to, knowing like men and women's positions within society at that point in time in history, do you find it interesting that they would have, if they were trying to essentially mislead, deceive, uh propagandize, brainwash, for modern terms, I guess, if you will, manipulate, if they were trying to manipulate people at, at that time, knowing what they knew, knowing that essentially where a woman's place was in society, do you find it interesting that they would have chosen women to be those to discover the empty tomb?
Not really, and my thought is that I don't think this was written by people who were seeking to deceive people. I accept a scholarship that the authors of the Gospels were not the names attributed to them. I don't think we have any names for the early church fathers. Don't mention any of the authors by name. I think until like the 3rd century or late 2nd century. So I take it as, for example, Mark was writing a gospel, and I believe he's our earliest, where the whole point of having the women go to the tomb was in a way to point out that he, as a man, had the only claim to truth here, because the women saw, they went, they saw the tomb was open, they left, and then it says no one believed them, leaving out the last part of Mark, which most scholars agree was written much later. I think it was more about Mark was saying, hey, I have the truth. After all, the women went back and no one believed them, because why would they? But you have seen my testimony. So I am the source of truth on this. And I think the author of Mark was just combining stories. We know that, for example, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, there are certain sections that are word for word the same. They were pulling either from each other or from another source. So no,
Sure.
the woman part doesn't really bother me. I think it works into Mark's story about, you get the truth from me. After all, no one believed the women, but I've told you what really happened.
2 more
Okay,
minutes.
sure. How many minutes you said?
2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Do you find that it could be possible that there's legitimately many, obviously, I mean, I'm sure you do, but removed manuscripts, so on and so forth, that are not known whatsoever?
Yeah, I think the Dead Sea Scrolls shows that there could be manuscripts out there. I think it's a hard limit due to the environment, and I don't know how much else we'll find, but I'm sure we'll find more manuscripts in the future. At least I hope we do.
Okay, certainly. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got more I've got more questions, but I don't necessarily know that they're relevant yet. Like I feel like we're kind of all over with them. I'd be curious to know, I guess, what. So from
One more
here,
minute.
essentially, one more minute. Okay.
Do you mind if I ask something?
Sure. Yeah, please do.
Um, this is going back to the Old Testament. One thing I've looked into, for example, is that does it bother you at all, for example, that we have good reason to think like the stories of the Exodus and the plagues never happened? Like, if you came to believe that that was just a story and not history, do you think that would upset your faith at all? And I know you said earlier probably not, but specifically that, do you think so?
Well, I would say that we'd probably have just as much reason to believe that it did happen as we didn't, as any other reason. I mean, if you were to put yourself in the place of Pharaoh at that time, hypothetically, if what Exodus, if it was true, convincing Pharaoh that he was not divine would be a very difficult thing to do, right?
Could I
Clearly, he would be born into this lineage, and he would look out over his kingdom, and he would say, "Who are you to tell me that I am not chosen by God to be right?" And so, or or even more divine than that, whatever the case be. So, am I
All
still in
right.
the chat here?
All
Go
right.
ahead.
could I have a minute to respond to that? If not,
Yeah, go
that's
ahead.
fine too.
No, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Trey, more my point was we don't see any good evidence from not only within Egypt but also Egypt's enemies, Egypt's allies. For example, if you killed the firstborn of a nation of 1 million people, you think someone would notice. If you killed all of their cattle, which would have been hundreds of thousands of steers, killed all the fish in the river, again, millions of fish, and you wiped out their army, don't you think like even if Egypt didn't record that, its enemies and allies would have made some note of that and taken advantage of it?
All right. What we're gonna do, because we only
Sure.
have the closing statement for 2 minutes, you can answer if you want on the closing statement. So 2 minutes, James. You can say if you are now a believer or not, or
Yeah.
go ahead. Start
Uh,
it now.
yeah. Yeah. So I'm not a believer now. I've really enjoyed talking with Dre and listening to his questions and his experiences. I still feel that there's enough good reason to suspect the authors of the Bible that many of their stories are not historically true, literally true. And while there may be some wisdom in there, um, I still find the stories, the morality, and many troubling aspects to the teaching of Jesus versus Paul, for example. So at this point, I'm still not convinced that I should spend a significant amount of time looking for the God of the Bible.
All right. All right. All right. So let's pause it, reset, and Dre, 2 minutes for your closing statement.
I would say that you don't need to spend time. I would say, first of all, I appreciate chatting with you, James. You're very respectful, and thank you for taking the time to dialogue with me. I am also not. I'm not an atheist right now. So, but I mean, there's a lot of things to unpack, and there's a lot of things that have to go in a deeper conversation. But I would say, um, based on where you stand, I understand completely. I don't fault you, and I respect you for the way that you feel. I would say don't seek out the God of the Bible. I would say seek out the truth. And I believe that's what you're doing. But I'm saying if the God of the Bible is the truth, if Jesus Christ's words, I am the way, the truth, and the life, are actually true, then certainly if you try to take those questions up to in an unbiased manner, obviously, this is where it comes down to like really testing the boundaries of what an atheist is willing to do um, to really stand certain in their beliefs. I would say if you take that up to a higher power and you are genuinely seeking the truth, I And especially, brother, if you incorporate prayer and fasting with that, I promise you. But I know that that's not really where you want to go with it right now. But I would say if you really genuinely seek out the truth, I do believe that you will find that Jesus Christ is where you will be led to. And that's, I say that to you humbly. I say that to you lovingly. I'm not trying to diminish any of the things that you believe. But yeah, I'm not trying to convince you to go diving into the Bible, man. Just take your qualms up to the most high creator of the universe, if there is one. Try and keep an open mind about it. And I do believe you will be led to the truth,
All
whatever that
right.
is for you.
All
So,
right, guys. Thank you so much. That was really nice conversation. Dre, you did very well, man. You were not
Yeah,
prepared,
very
but you
good
did
job,
very
Dre.
well.
thank you. I
That
did
was,
what you said. I didn't do.
I'm sorry?
No, you did very well. You did very well.
Oh, thank you,
Both of you.
I
Both of you.
yeah,
So
thanks,
anybody
guys.
else that wants to, thank you, Dre. Anybody else that wants to participate in the conversation, I noticed that there's some people that are joining the Discord and probably are not able to unmute yourself. You're not going to be able to unmute while we're having the conversations. But if you join and once the debate is done, I can unmute you and you want to participate, you let me know if you're a believer or a non-believer and you can participate in the debate. So as in right now, James is still there. I don't know if he wants to participate again. Probably Diva. I don't know. Diva, James is here. I know that Diva is a very strong, quite strong believer.
Oh, I know Diva said he's not interested in talking to me again. He's already presented all the evidence he has to me, and I'm not accepting it or something.
All right, or
So-
maybe he can try to
But-
speak with James. You know.
Sure, I feel like I've been up here a lot. I would definitely cede my time to anyone else who wants to represent the atheist side.
Diva,
while we're waiting,
yeah, go ahead,
go ahead.
Phantom. No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, how'd you come across this, James? I haven't seen you here before.
Oh yeah, no, I've last maybe 6 months to a year, I got interested in more biblical scholarship from an atheistic view, or at least not from an atheistic, but just interested in biblical scholarship. And once I started following that thread, I decided that one thing I'd want, if I'm going to talk to believers, I don't think I'll ever change someone's mind in a 15, 30-minute debate, but I hope to at least bring up some biblical scholarship and ways of viewing the authors of the Bible more on their own voice and their own terms. So that's what I try to bring when I talk to believers, and it's been kind of fun just to hop around and see what's happening on YouTube.
Sure. And so you just Clearwater's just showed up in your feed or something?
Yeah, I'll often look up like religious debates or things like that
Okay.
where someone wants to discuss. And I'd seen it once or twice, but I saw it was live, so I figured, what the heck, I'll jump in.
Right on.
I'll
Have
take
you
it.
been on that?
Go ahead, Phantom.
Have you been on other channels?
Yeah, I was on Holy Duo, a great channel, religious channel. They had me on twice, very respectful conversations. And I've jumped into a couple other more rock and roll, like tell me why I shouldn't believe in God kind of conversations. And I always try to like slow it down a bit, so I'm not always a good fit for those. But I've been on a handful here and there.
Okay.
But Robert is not here tonight.
No,
First
he's
Smart
not here
Guard too.
tonight.
Yeah, I stopped by his channel today and was listening to some of his watching some of his videos for a little bit. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
I don't know if I'm reading this right, but I think there's some guy in your server that's claiming he like hacked accounts and stole an account. Did you read that?
Let me check.
I might be reading this
Um,
wrong. But I wanted your opinion on it. On Michael Kalanios, he's like saying something about hacked accounts and he won't hand this account back. I don't know if he's stealing accounts.
I don't know. I've been suspicious that the account is a fake account from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm trying to mention that because I've been reading him and he's kind of like strange. And if he's saying he's hacked accounts, I don't know if this is a good guy to have here. That's up to you, Javier, but I just noticed it. I thought you would find some interest in it.
Regardless, welcome to the hub for hack accounts. We are happy to have you. Whose account did you hack?
So Michael Koulianos is like a well-known like evangelist, or he's got like a very prominent evangelical ministry, and this guy has been on here, and until today he's been talking about very aggressively anti-theist, which seems out of character for someone who has a Christian ministry, especially a prominent one. Coupled with the fact that when I check his account, his Discord account was made like 3 weeks ago.
And it says in the description that he's a co-founder of Jesus Image, and he's supporting stuff.
Well, I mean, but if you created an account to say, hey, I'm this guy, and you would put their stuff that would look like that's what he would have on there.
Do you think he's a fraud, or he hacked this account?
I would suspect it was made 3 weeks ago. I would suspect he made it trying to like provoke us. Yeah, try to provoke and troll people.
Aaron, you're the third person that tells me about this guy. Sometimes I don't read the messages, and I block him one day that he jumped in and said something. It was rude, and I just like block him. But I'm just gonna ban him because
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it. I mean, it seems to me like Fathom sees it too. I'm just worried that something's wrong with this guy. The way he's talking is really strange.
Yeah, he's out. Let's not waste time.
To be honest, I don't think he's hacked any accounts. My guess is he created an account that he thought could, reasonably be mistaken for the real guy.
Yeah, I guess it's just the rhetoric seemed very odd. Even if he didn't hack, he was talking about I'm not giving accounts back. I just think it's not.
I'm just saying that when you're playing a part, that's what you say.
Yeah, I think I agree with you too, Fathom. But that's all I wanted to.
I right now read some of his messages, and absolutely he's banned. First person that I ban, ever.
Yeah, I just felt like something was real strange. I'm not talking about his theology. We have a freedom here to talk about, if you agree or not. I don't care about that. I'm just talking about him saying some weird stuff about accounts.
No. I read the messages, and he's out. We're not gonna waste time on that. If you have a rough time, believing in God or not believing in God, and you get emotional, you get excited, I understand that. I don't ban anybody. I don't block anybody.
That's fine.
But he took it somewhere else, very dark. I don't like it. I think it's not good for the server. So he's out. He's banned.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave y'all to it. I just wanted to mention. I might hop in later though. Y'all have a good one.
All right, thank you. Crypto, I unmute you. If you're not able to unmute yourself, just disconnect and connect again. There's something new that we configured yesterday to protect the Discord server. So basically right now, we're just waiting for a believer that wants to participate in this mini debate night.
How's it going?
Good, Crypto.
Dun, dun, dun.
Crypto, I just discovered yesterday or the day before yesterday that you were Jeremy Watford, I think is on YouTube.
Yeah, I changed my handle. Put it to Crypto 78. So
yeah.
Okay.
I just changed it today. I had someone on another live like, hey, change your name. You can't be on here for personal reasons, blah, blah, blah. People's hacking your stuff or whatever.
Hersey 98 got upset because she said that she was muted. But once you connect and I know who you are, I unmute you. So if you're Hersey 98, you're there, you want to connect back, I can unmute you. I was not doing it on purpose. I don't think that I'm blocking you or muting you on purpose. It's just a different server configuration that I have now. And Diva don't play. I know is trying to convert people in the chat.
Yep.
Is having a very in-depth conversation with Dragon Caraxi. Dragon, how come you're not calling? You can get on a debate with Diva if you want on a conversation. Ask him questions. I know that Diva apparently doesn't like to ask questions. It makes sense because he thinks that he has the truth. So why would he ask questions?
Well, I would
Hey,
recommend
Waters.
that.
I was just gonna say I wouldn't mind going around with James. I was listening to him, and I want to get some thoughts on him. I haven't been on very long, but I need at least a few minutes before I'm ready.
All right, so
Everybody wants to
okay.
take on the new guy.
It's the new pretty face. You know, everyone wants their chance at it. And then I'll be, you know, yesterday's news. No one will touch me. Be high
Well,
school
come
all
on,
over again.
Phantom. We already know
What's
your
that?
guys' epistemology, so
Yeah.
But
you got to exist to play the game.
James is very respectful. I'll be asking like, man, what went wrong with you? When did you lose your mind? When did you go
I used to be
crazy?
a little more like that, and then I just was like, it's not worth getting upset over. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like a good, solid debate, but there's just so many angry channels out there. It's just people like yelling and hyping up the audience to get mad, and I'm like, I ain't got time for that.
Well, we're not so much free of that sometimes. If we have like 7 people yelling and screaming at the same time.
Yeah. I get it, man. I get it. It's good entertainment too. It's fun sometimes too. I don't begrudge anybody.
You know, after work, people want to scream a little bit, you know, try to distress a little bit. So, yeah, Diva don't play. You're welcome to call in if you want. Tekken Fun, Dragon Karatzik. People that are chatting a lot on the vertical stream. Also, I know that Hersey98 one time participated in one of the debates. She has really good questions. Rainbow Shangri-La. Yes, questions.
If Hersey would come up here, she could talk to me.
Hersey98. Phantom is inviting you for a mini debate. I don't know if she's still in the stream. I think she got upset. She thought that she was blocked or something.
I don't know. She was just in the general channel a minute ago. Congratulating you for kicking that Michael guy.
Yeah, Hersey98. I think you were one of the people that I read that were not happy with him. I read some of the messages. I think she was taking this somewhere else, very dark. I didn't like it, so he's out. I really don't think that was the guy. I went to the Preacher's channel, and there's some people making videos about Michael Kulionis as being like a scammer. I don't know about that.
I looked up. I just did a quick search for the name. I didn't look into any scandals he might have been a part of.
I listened like 20 minutes of one of his sermons or whatever presentations, and man, it sounds to me like he's for the business. And then he presented his uncle, Benny Hinn. And you know,
well, I mean, if he's associated with Benny Hinn, he's probably is
nothing good.
Yeah, but I still don't think he would come onto a Discord server and start just being masked off.
No, not at all. And I'm surprised Benny Hinn is still doing the old routine of, you know, the healing thingy. Like healing people on the stage.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's his shtick. I don't think he can stop that.
It works, man. That thing was packed. One of the presentations, there was thousands of people getting healed. Mostly. Hersey98, thank you, Clearwaters. That was a troll. Yes, it was absolutely clear to me that it was a troll. Very offensive and nothing better to do. Darwin Caraxi, he was rude on chat. Yes, I could tell. And I apologize. Sometimes I don't read all the messages on the Discord um, chat channel because of lack of time. But sometimes I jump there and read a little bit, and I read that he was being a troll, a really bad troll. And for those of you also that don't know, yesterday what happened, that we got, what's it called, bombed, the server. Some kids apparently trying to make YouTube shut down the live stream or something. But I didn't get any notifications from YouTube from the live stream from yesterday, so I don't think they were able to do anything.
Yeah, they played some video, but since it wasn't didn't have audio, I don't think the content detection from YouTube was able to pick it up.
The Family Guy thing?
Yeah.
I think it was also too small.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, coupled with it being a small frame, plus the lack of audio, it just wasn't able to clock it.
You know, James, if you're still there, I don't know if this is your first time on the live stream. I don't know if you heard some of the previous live streams where I'm presenting or how do you say, proposing something about human behavior that has to do also with believing in gods. I don't know if you were able to see any of those live streams, or this is your first time in watching the live streams.
Yeah, it's my first time. If you have anything that you'd like me to check out about previous live streams, just send me a link to check him out. I'd be happy to do so.
Yeah, just I can do that. I can put it on the chat. But basically, I'm trying to propose the. Give me a second. I'm trying to look for the scene or the. Sorry. Again. Oh, here it is. I'm trying to propose something about humans, the way that we process information, the way we operate, and how this process works when it comes to believing in a God. I'm trying to explain how a person ends up believing in a God. And I don't know if you can see the live stream, the screen.
Yeah, I have it. I stopped it playing from, but let me jump to the current live version. 1 second.
There's a glossary of words that I'm trying to continue using so people understand when I'm talking about data, field states, when I'm talking about value, when it comes to putting value on data as a human being,
Yeah.
and how we end up taking actions toward a God or believing in a God. I'm also trying to use it in conversations about God or debates. I'm trying to make it more into the believer than into the God. Try to understand more the person, and probably we can understand why the person is believing in a God.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. I see it now. Thank you. I'm gonna grab a screenshot of it.
Yeah, especially the field states that we move from a negative to a positive field states, and the magic that happens in that movement that I associated with electricity when you take electrons passing from negative or positive, more or less. Yeah, some magic can happen in there that could explain why people have supernatural experiences, especially on moments of high load of emotional charge.
Yeah, no, like one of my experiences, I think Dre was asking about, was I was in college and I had access to a theater space, kind of a sound hall performance venue. And I was there one night by myself, and at the time I was Wiccan, and I sort of like breathed and meditated, and I felt this presence in the room, like something was watching me. So I ended up like telling the spirit, I thought it was a spirit at the time, like, I got no problem with you. I'll be leaving. Didn't mean to bother you. And I was looking at that experience through, a Wiccan viewpoint. And it was only later when I started learning about cognitive, biases and things like that, and some other experiences I had, that I kind of went, no, theater spaces, those kind of venues are designed to heighten small sounds,
Mm-hmm.
big sounds,
Yes.
and to give you this sense of openness like churches do. And I was just experiencing that, and that experience was filtered through my religious views at the time. But really, that's not good evidence. And that's kind of how I started deconverting from Wiccan and moving more towards atheism.
I think that this exchanging of feel states that I call it, like when you watch a scary movie, you put yourself on purpose on a negative feel state so you can have a chance to move to the positive feel state and enjoy that exchange.
Yeah.
Also explains why people like to get into the roller coaster. They put themselves in a negative feel state purposely, knowing that in a minute or two they're going to move into a positive state. And that movement always from a negative to a positive, there's something about that I call it the magic, that someone can change behavior for good or experience life. I call it also the taking something like a data, like a thought, from the invisible to the visible through the power of feel. But I'm taking this more in the conversation of believing in God. I think it explains very well why a person would believe in God because of this process. And I'm trying to bring more awareness and bring more conversation about this process of human beings and human behavior.
Well, I think it's interesting because I think most of us who have watched debates have often seen when I point towards Christians, but it can be either side. This cognitive dissonance where you have a position, someone points out something that undermines that position or presents, the classical God is loving, but also God is burning people in hell. And there's ways to get around it, but sometimes there's that cognitive dissonance where you go from, I think, what you would call like a positive feel suddenly to a negative feel. And it can be really painful to have that experience. And it's not always just religion. I mean, anytime you have a position and someone presents you with a conundrum, it can really just 180 your vibe. And you get very hostile and very protective. And we've all been there.
I think that this applies to everything. It applies to relationships. It applies to government. It applies to anything in life. But I'm bringing it and associating it with believing in God because I think it's a clear way to explain or understand how someone can believe in a God. I am coming to the conclusion that if you take a conversation with someone that believes in a God and you start asking questions not directly about God, but about themselves, about the believer, the one doing the believing, you're going to find out that they're believing because of emotional reasons and not really because of a God. I think that once you believe in a God, you're starting to reap the emotional benefits that you get from believing in a God. For example, if you're worried about your mortality, you're suddenly less anxious because now you know that God is waiting for you. I call it, God waiting for you with kisses and hugs. So that makes the person feel better right now. They get themselves from that negative feel state into a positive feel state without being dead and without, being with God, just by thinking about it. Oh, there are some emotional benefits that people get from believing, not from God.
Yeah, like I don't tend to worry about demons or Satan or where my soul is going to be and if I've offended a deity. Like there's a lot of perks to an atheist position versus I know many believers have really suffered through agonizing over like leaving the faith or feeling like God is punishing them. I'm sure even believers have heard stories about how in fact a friend told me about they had a Jewish friend and a Christian friend who got married, and when they lost the baby, and when they had two services, a Christian and Jewish one, and the Christian one was very much like, God has his reasons. There's a lesson to be learned. It's all part of God's plan, and the Jewish version was like, this is awful. What kind of God would take a child? If I were you, I'd be angry at God too. And that was like, the rabbi saying it. And I
Mm.
always thought that was so interesting because the Jews I've talked with very much have a like, we question God, we wrestled with God, we incorporate asking hard questions into our rituals, our holidays, and I always admire that because it's so easy to say there's a plan, but I think it's more honest to be like, if God's so good, why did he take my child from me? And not just go, well, God has a plan. Like, it was very jarring to me as a former Christian to see that level of like difference between Judaism and what I would say is like mainstream Christianity.
Hmm. Do you know who Ray Comfort is?
Oh yes, Banana Man. It fits in your hand. It must be designed. Ray the Banana Man. Yeah, I
Banana
know who he is.
Man. Exactly, yes. Banana Man. Every time I remember when he was exposed as being wrong, I mean, it was absolutely so dishonest that he was joking. I went back to the videos when he was talking about the banana and the can of Coca-Cola or whatever. Obviously,
Yeah,
he was not joking. He was being serious. He was the atheist nightmare. But
So
yeah, so I think that he's a perfect example of how this process of taking someone from a negative state to a positive field state. I mean, he really, really knows his script on how
yeah,
to talk to people to get them into these different states in order to get them to buy whatever he's selling, because I think he's selling God and selling salvation.
yeah.
If I
Um,
Go ahead,
I
go
oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
um I think there's a little bit going on there. I mean, yes, I think you're right. He does that to some people, but I also think he really edits his videos so that he only shows the hits and none of the misses, and specific, like he'll even like cut out parts of each individual interview just so that he can frame it dishonestly, basically.
Yeah, I've
So
seen
it's
examples where like asked a question and the answer he plays wasn't to the question he asked. It was a different question. Like it's shady as all get out.
or he'll
And
do a voiceover for the question and answer, and it's just, yeah, he's incredibly dishonest, and
he's
is
making a lot of money
I
out
don't
of it.
yeah,
I have
for
a
sure.
question to all y'all.
Sure, Crypto.
Okay,
Do y'all know who Maxwell is?
The
Maxwell.
mathematician.
No, Max. I don't know if he's a mathematician, but he's a guy that's done a lot of studies over like ancient civilizations and things like that. He's like a bald dude with glasses.
Not
No,
familiar
I haven't
with
heard
him.
of him.
No.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
Maxwell. Are you referring to John Lennox? No?
Hang on.
John Lennox, mathematician.
I
Hold
don't
on.
think Lennox has done ancient civilizations that I'm aware of.
Is this Jordan Maxwell? I see Jordan Maxwell, ancient gods who still rule humanity. That's the
Yeah,
only thing.
that guy.
Oh God, no. But now I'm gonna follow everything he says because
Because you searched him up, now your feed's messed up.
oh, he's like an ancient gods who never left. Is this like reptilian alien thing?
Well,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can you hear me good?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
I listen to a lot of things because my mind's very expanding. So you know who I am. I am a follower of Christ,
Mhm.
and I believe in a creator, a supreme creator, because we do have a choice. If you're one who can look back at even ancient civilizations, even before the Israelites showed up on the beginning of time or whatever, at some point, because I pay attention to everything, especially with the new news of advanced beings, either from other dimensions or even not even of this world. So, and Waters already knows, Phantoms already knows that, I've claimed that I've been spoken to going into prayer.
And the principalities.
And it was, what's that?
And the principalities.
Well,
I
speak of principalities because of the Book of Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you can't just throw Enoch out of anything because it is even in the Bible. It shows up in the Bible.
Oh yeah, they I guess the authors referenced it, but it never made it into the canon, as far as I understand.
Well,
Yeah.
That's because of mankind. See, I believe that mankind can do some things to mess some things up to fit their better way of life. Because one of the biggest notions that is shown through Jesus, who walked the earth, is that the people chose not to follow him and killed him. They chose what made them feel good. At least most of the masses. But anyways, but I also believe in like what Enoch has brought to the table out of the Ethiopian Bible, which is that there are principalities. And I know there's a huge discussion on Eloha, how you say it, Elohim or something like that.
Elohim or
Elohim, which everybody believes is the Spirit, Son, and well, God, His Son, and the Spirit, right? And where it even says, "Let us make man in our image." So there's a big dispute on one God, three, all that dispute.
Well, my understanding is that there was a view that Yahweh was imported into the Israelite pantheon, and that El was the overseeing God for a long time. Elohim or Yahweh received his inheritance from El. I forget what book that's in, and that over time, eventually, the pantheon was winnowed down to like Yahweh primarily. I think they even found Asherah, Yahweh's wife, and then that was purged. I think Josiah, there's some period where they got rid of Asherah, God's wife, because it didn't fit the mold they were going for.
If the Bible is accurate, yeah, Josiah, the story is Josiah found the old original records and revitalized the original religion. But I don't know what the scholarship says on that, but just like my gut feeling is that's also propaganda and been interpolated. But
yeah, I'm going to be the first to let you know that I don't know what the Creator knows. I'm a finite man and I'm a Gentile. I was unchosen at one time to choose the Creator of Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm going to put it like that. When you start looking at old Sumerian gods or godlikes or principalities or whatever, fallens, and understand that the Creator did stop and destroy things, and it was propelled through Noah. I still think that there is a man that walked this earth that the way I'm looking at it, and that's even still looking at this tablet that they had found in the Sumerian, and they think that it translates to where there were times where what was theirs they came and they took or claimed, whether that could have been the fallen or the watchers or the principalities or whatever. Still dissecting all that.
Could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So one thing that's, I think, from an atheist standpoint, is always kind of baffling to me is you mentioned that mankind made a choice by choosing to kill Jesus instead of follow him. And the
Well,
create, but to me that seems so strange. And my reasoning is this: the story that we're seeing in the Bible, not to be disrespectful, but it's a small story. Jesus, didn't he wasn't a ruler in Israel like I think they thought the Messiah would be. He wasn't an earthly king. He was a preacher that ended up getting killed and crucified. But it just seems weird to me that the creator of the universe would be playing this story out in a small little backwater of the Levant. And we don't see any record of this, in India, in Japan, in any other part of the world. And it's like the creator's like, well, because you in this small little area, chose to kill this end time preacher, like that's a problem, or the world hinges on this. Does that ever strike you as odd? I mean, I know there's a romance to it, small little area. He wasn't a great, but why would the creator of the whole universe hinge things on this small little happenstance when, billions of people never knew about Jesus and didn't have a vote in this?
I understand that, and that's even a great question because I kind of like how it was put in a way about Barnabas and Jesus when they were pulled out to see how the crowd would want to choose which one to keep and which one to pretty much crucify. And everyone knew who Jesus was, and everyone knew who Barnabas was. And the mass chose to kill Jesus and keep Barnabas. And Barnabas was a cutthroat. You know the story. So I'll kind of leave it at that, which is the same thing that population will do in the end times, is that the mass will deny the creator and of course Jesus' teachings. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I guess I wonder why the creator of the universe would be putting it to a test like this. Like, if I'm the creator of the universe and I have all this power, instead of putting a piece of myself or the son or however you want to interpret Jesus and testing humanity, like it seems to me that if God would have just done a personal visitation to every human on earth, that would have been far more convincing than just leaving us with this story of Jesus and leaving it in the hands of rabble rousers in this small little part of the world.
You're James
Hey, I
opening.
understand.
If you allow me, Crypto, you're opening like a whole can of worms because
Fair enough.
first of all, what was God doing for eternity before he decided to stop in time and create human beings, in order
Sure.
for them to be tested to see how their beliefs in God are, and that suddenly he's all knowing, but he doesn't know if we're going to be accepting him and loving him and end up in hell or heaven. Suddenly he doesn't know these things. I mean, for me, it's hard for someone to believe in God and how people deal with these questions, that supposed free will when God knows everything. Of course, he knows what we're going to choose. So that doesn't seem to be clearly free will, but an apparent free will or an illusion of free will when God already knows what we're going to choose.
Yeah.
So
I guess
Right,
I
Waters.
yeah. Go ahead, Crypto.
Sorry, but hey, Waters, I know that I've asked you and many others. I mean, where do you get your knowledge from even saying yes, no, maybe? And you can't even tell me that it wasn't nobody or it didn't come from a book or, you weren't just born with the word. You know what I'm saying? So all of us are learning. And I'm bringing stuff off of a wall of ancient civilizations that came through also a book, which is evidence. No different than looking in a math book for an equation.
evidence for what, Crypto?
For what reason?
No, evidence for
Whether
what?
Well, now, back to telling James, or at that one point where we left off, like if I said creators, more than one that created mankind, is all I'm trying to say. And who you choose, not choose, or whatever will get to claim you if you look further back in the Sumerian, what's on that tablet, what it was saying, which is pretty scary for many people. You know, if you, it's a newly found tablet. You know, it's come out of the new excavations. They're still trying to figure it out. But the claim is about the 90,000 of the Samaritans that went underground and they never surfaced because they had to spend 3 generations and then died out. All that's on the wall. And it's all because of what came here to this earth and it's pretty much sucked the souls right out of the animals and the humans. And they believe it was maybe radiation that settled on the planet for over 3 generations that didn't allow them to come topside. I think you might need to look into that. So, you know, and then when Jesus came, is what I'm trying to say is when Jesus came, if he did come with let's say the Virgin Mary, which all of us can agree possibly man was created, unless you're a Darwin. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Darwin or not, but something had to change things on this earth. Creation, let's call it creation. Maybe it was things from another dimension or even not even from this world, which starts to appear like gods or principalities or whatever. And Jesus was pretty much preaching and following what the Father from up above was telling him, being led by. So he pretty much gave us a choice. You know, you can choose one way or the other, but you're going to have to live with that God once you really break down a lot of this history. It comes down to it's all I'm trying to throw out there for discussion. And I think Jesus is the way. That's why I follow Christ. But I'm not. I don't really follow any domination.
And if I might just go off of just for a quick second here in regard to James' question about like why this all-powerful creator of the universe would do what he did through Jesus, like, and I think through like the human frame of power, like when we think of a king or a ruler, even like if we think in ancient times, like true absolute monarchy or whatever the case may be, like it's essentially unquestionable, unadulterated. It's they get to make the call, whatever it may be. And I think that's the heart of God. It shows us like his potential to go the extreme opposite of humility. He has that potential. But I think his ability to not only his ability, but his desire to show his heart through a humble servant who was Christ shows us that the creator of the universe thinks in ways that we do not. Like he's outside of our understanding, because our understanding would be like, well, if I was the creator of the universe, I wouldn't have done it that way. And it's like, well, that's exactly why we're just flesh and blood, and you know, we'll be dust eventually. And but in regard to the way that he, like, yeah, it seems like such a, like you said, it's such an insignificant area and such like a small area, and such an, and Jesus like is such an, in regard to like the way that all of the religious leaders and the governmental leaders of that time, anybody with power who saw him, they're like, who's this guy? But they knew he was somebody. They knew that he had divinity within him. Whether or not they knew it to be divinity or not, they saw it as a threat, their power, because their power was through human constraints, through human understanding, which was basically wielding, you know, if you disagree with us, if you threaten the status quo, if you threaten our positioning, we will literally nail you to a cross for that.
Well,
And so I think that, you know, like just looking at it from that perspective, like, you know, not seeing God as like all powerful and only willing to demonstrate that via means of, extreme control. Like
Well,
that's not the heart of,
well, if I could push back for a second, I think from an atheistic standpoint, what's always fascinating to me is, and it's not just Christians, but on one hand, Christians tell me that God is a loving Father, God is all powerful, God has a plan, and to my mind, this makes it sound like God is something that can be understood by humans. Um, and then, but then there are times when you say things like, yeah, but why would God send himself to be killed? Why not God just doing X, Y, and Z? Then I hear, well, God's mysterious. God works in unusual ways. And so it becomes a little bit of like, if God, someone pointed out, like, because of the authors of the Bible, like, I can find a point where someone says God does not change his mind, and a different author says God did change his mind because they were different authors. And to me, it seems like it's a better explanation to go, there's not a creator that on one hand is going to create a perfect garden, but somehow allow in a snake and then keep magic fruit next to the people who didn't know right from wrong, but then did a bad thing and now humanity's doomed, versus the creator who's like, okay, Pharaoh, you pissed me off. I'm going to murder all the firstborn in an entire nation. I'm going to give all these plagues, wipe out millions of cattle, millions of fish, and your entire army. And then I'm going to take your people in the desert for 40 years and feed them all while they wander the desert so they can live. But then I'm going to choose to have my son show up and get killed. He's not going to write a book. Like, you see what I mean? Like, it seems like the power, plan, and features of God vary wildly depending on the story and the author and what you want to say about God. Like it just seems really inconsistent. And then you add in like all the prophets talking about the Messiah being a king in Israel, being a military leader, which Jesus was not. And people tell me, well, he was a spiritual leader and there's a spiritual heaven and he's spiritually ruling. Like, I hope you can see how the claims about knowing God and his motivations and how he acts is just wildly different from person to person, book to book. And it seems to be whatever you need in that moment to explain something. Like I think you could see it seems very inconsistent. Yeah.
So
Well, sure. And that
sometimes,
from
if,
that, go ahead, Javier.
yeah, it seems sometimes that the God is extremely loving, and sometimes it sounds or looks like the God went just completely out of his mind, in a rage, attack against humans that he doesn't like. That's why I said sometimes that the God of the Bible sounds to me that he can lose control and get very violent in an uncontrolled way. I find it hard. I cannot believe that when I was a believer, I would call God a loving God. I don't know what the hell was wrong with me. Something, I don't know. I think that it was, in my case, I cannot judge anybody. In my case, was emotional and also was peer pressure, because all my friends, basically at that time, they put me inside the church. I was just a normal, believer, Catholic. And because of my friends, I joined all these groups, like the youth group, the praying group. But now that I look back, it's hard for me to understand what persuaded me to believe these things. Go ahead, Dre.
Thank you. So in regard to, I want to kind of touch on just like Jesus being a military leader and Jesus being a king. So like I want to frame this like if we had a king standing before us right now, a king who demanded that we carry him, a king that demanded that we feed him, that we essentially do all of these things, versus a king who washed the feet of his servants. Hypothetically, nobody could imagine such a thing, right? Why could we? Because kings don't do that. Human kings don't wash the feet of their servants, at least not that I've ever heard of. And so, from a perspective of which king do I find, if I had two kings standing before me, one that demanded I carry him and feed him, and another king that washed the feet of his servants, Do you know which king I believe in my heart to be truly the king? It's the king that has the most humility, the king that's willing to do the thing that nobody else is doing and that we don't understand because it goes outside of our saying. Why is the king washing the feet of his servants? That makes no sense. He's the king. And so from that standpoint, just because Jesus didn't manifest as a earthly king does not mean that he is not the king. And it doesn't mean that he will not. And that's also taking into the frame of perspective in regard to his first coming. His second coming, we will surely know that he is the king. Secondary to that, if now understandably, that's not everybody's viewpoint here, but from the standpoint of him being a king, like you have to at least imagine, that that's the, like, if he is who he says he is, and if he is going to return to this earth as the king that you question whether or not he was, it's like, I think it's evident that he was based on what he did. But going furthermore, I also understand yeah, it doesn't really make sense in human terms, but I think like based on our own understanding of what world leaders currently behave like and what they've behaved like throughout history, but that's what sets him apart and that's what makes him, like I said before, that's what makes Jesus the man, because he was willing to do the thing. He was willing to get down and dirty, and
I
he didn't care what people thought about him. He didn't care about the fact that people shamed him and they hated him and they wanted to spit on him. He's like, yeah, this is what comes with doing the Father's will. Yeah, this is what comes with humbling yourself and denying yourself and putting everything else before yourself, And
well,
so go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I get that, but I think that's a later renegotiation with the Jewish belief in a Messiah in order to account for why this Jesus died without fulfilling the prophecies, because the prophecies very clearly say that there's no second coming. Like the Messiah is not supposed to come twice. There's no prophecy about the Messiah dying and then showing up thousands of years later. The Messiah was supposed to be a liberator of Israel, was supposed to have the nations bow down before the God of Israel, and Israel will be raised up high, and he was going to be a military leader. He would command the nations to peace. And Christians do say, well, when he comes a second time, that's when all the things that didn't happen the first time are going to happen. And I think when you start reading the old prophecies, and I know you said you haven't looked into a lot of the biblical scholarship, so I'm not saying like you have to answer for this now, but the prophets were pretty clear that the Messiah was going to be a military leader, was going to be a warrior, and was going to shame and command the other nations to obedience. And that just never happened. And I think what you're saying, I've heard similar to what you're saying, but I think that's been a renegotiation, looking at the Messiah as this gentle king, as this humble king. But that's not what God and the prophets were talking about earlier. And
Sure,
I would
right.
ask
I
you, like,
agree.
is it possible that you're doing exactly what many people did, like for example, you can look this up. For example, in the what's the scrolls that were found, the Dead Sea Scrolls.
That's these
There are
girls, kids, Qumran.
yeah, yeah. There's examples of the authors like or writings saying that, hey, this prophecy was about this people group. We think it's about this new people group, right?
Uh-huh.
I think you're engaging in a renegotiation of what the Messiah was to the authors of the Old Testament. And I think that's an example of why I can't take Jesus seriously, because either the Old Testament got it wrong, or you're engaging what I think is natural, which is Jesus died. We have to find a way to make this right. His king is, his kingdom is spiritual. He was a humble king, but that's not what the prophets say the Messiah is going to be.
But when he comes back, though, that's what I'm saying is like by the logic, if the Christians are right, if they
Okay.
are, then also I have to wrestle with what you're saying, no doubt, right? But also on the other side, you obviously would have to wrestle with what I'm saying, and so that would be that upon his return, every knee will bow, every tongue will confess, and going furthermore on that, like interestingly, like look at the Temple Mount, for example. Like we've talked about this a few episodes ago, but like, okay, so like the Eastern Gate, right? The Golden Gate. And so, and it has a name in Arabic, it has a name in Hebrew. Like, it's very, now obviously the Temple Mount in and of itself is a very, like, the complex, plus you have the Dome of the Rock on top of it, and you have beneath the Dome of the Rock, like where Abraham was thought to have been, where he was going to sacrifice his son Isaac, and where also the same spot that the Muslims believe that Muhammad ascended into heaven, also the same spot that they believe that the Ten Commandments, or the Ark of the Covenant, was held. Also, interestingly, the spot, so then the Golden Gate, or the Eastern Gate, which was where the Messiah was prophesied to come through, which was then again Jesus, if he fulfilled that, if not by human understanding, because that's the thing. It's like, if it was so obvious, where it's like everybody would be in agreement right now and there'd be peace on earth, right? But it's like, at the end of the day, we know that that's not possible because of the human condition of pride and not wanting to be, even just simply, I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to deny what I believe to be true. And so whatever. And that ultimately turns into wars throughout the millennia. But and other majorly horrible things, right? But in regard to this holy area, when we talk about Jerusalem, when we talk about the Temple Mount, and when we say, okay, so he rode through on a donkey when he entered the city. Now, the Jewish prophecy of the Messiah entering through there, but then interestingly, so as far as Judaism, what they believe of Christ, Yeshua, HaMashiach, they believe that he is a nobody. He was a crazy man, or whatever the case. Like, there's, obviously there's Messianic Jews that have come to accept Christ as the Messiah. Now, but that, speaking for those that did not believe that and they're still waiting on the Messiah, interestingly, so the Muslims hold Jesus obviously in higher reverence because they consider him to be a prophet. But interestingly enough as well, the Muslims sealed that gate shut, built a cemetery on the other side of it in order to, because both, obviously, the Muslims, kind of like what you were saying earlier, the Muslims like, why would God make himself a lowly man? He's the creator of the universe. Why would he ever feel the need? Why he wouldn't do that? Why would he make himself human? Humans are flawed and all of these terrible things, and he's great. He would never do that. And so that's like what I find time and time again a stumbling block for Muslims throughout. And I don't, just the ones I've spoken to, I can't say for the entirety of Islam, but they have a very big hang up on the divinity of Christ because of the fact that he was a man. Now, same way that they're like, peace be upon his name, and same with Muhammad. Muhammad was no more than a man. He was simply a messenger. But again, interestingly, the Muslims then sealed the gate shut in order to what? They had enough. This is just the interesting, intermingling of the Abrahamic religions, right? It's like the Christians are like, Jesus is the Messiah. The Jews are like, no, he's not. And the Muslims are like, no, he's a prophet. But also, we believe so much in this prophecy of the Messiah, and we don't want it to come true back in that day and age, that they sealed this gate shut. And not only did they seal it shut, they built a cemetery on the other side of it so that the Messiah, prophecy of the Messiah could not be desecrated. He wouldn't be able to cross the cemetery, as if that would, back in their understanding at that time, as if that would hinder the creator of the universe from accomplishing his will, which he set out to do, whatever that may be.
I
right.
wanna,
but I mean, so go ahead.
Yeah. I think we've gone a little far afield because I'm not a Muslim, and then you were on a roll, and I didn't want to interrupt too much. But
well, no, I'm just go ahead.
Yeah, when I look at like Leviticus 18, it talks about prophecy, and God is explaining, hey, how can you know if a prophet is real or not, right? Because it was a big problem, right? You had the temple, but much like, I think Jesus was one of many end time preachers who claimed to be a prophet. I think we can look at examples of Jesus getting things wrong, and we can talk about that. But in Leviticus 18, it says, you may say to yourselves, how can we know when a message has not been spoken by the Lord? If what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message the Lord has not spoken. That prophet has spoken presumptuously, so do not be alarmed. So I think when you say like, oh, Jesus is going to come back and do stuff later, that's not any prophecies. The Messiah is not supposed to die then return. And I think you said a lot of things like with human understanding, but I think God is telling us when it comes to prophecies, our human understanding is good enough to know if a prophecy has come true or not. Because if it's not, then how would we tell the difference between false prophets and true prophets? Anybody could say, oh, the prophecy hasn't come true yet. You're using human understanding, but really if you just look at it this way, then you'll understand and accept that the prophecy did come true or it's in the future. Like I have to take the text seriously that the author of Leviticus is saying you can know if a prophecy, you a human can know if a prophecy comes true or not.
But which are you saying that hasn't what are you saying hasn't come true?
So when it talks about the Messiah is going to be an earthly king, right? Jesus wasn't an earthly king, and I don't think like taunting him as a king of the Jews fulfills that. I think that's just taunting someone. The prophet, the Messiah was supposed to be a ruler. The prophet or the Messiah was supposed to bring the nations to heal, and there was no prophecy of he's going to die, not be around for a couple thousand years, and then randomly come back. That's not in the Old Testament.
But did there need to be? That's my question for that. In regard to, did that explicitly need to be stated? And this is not, and I hear what you're saying, and I genuinely do. I respect what you're saying, that it seems like I'm just trying to maybe find to make it fit. But I'm just asking you genuinely, if these things are true, does that need to be written? Does that specifically that he's going to, I mean, to me, that doesn't need to be written, because I think that's the major wrestling that we have right now is here we are all debating the guy's divinity, right? And it's like, but meanwhile, many people do believe that he is, many people do hail him as the king. Many people, all of these different things. So it's like, it's metaphorical, but it's also literal, but maybe not fully realized right now. It's the same thing if people like say like the canon being completed within itself is the completion of, and it's like, yes, but there's also unfulfilled happenings that need to take place in order. So it's like people say it's a closed canon, and it's like, yes, like textually it is, literaturely it is, but it's not a closed canon in regard to future happenings potentially.
I think you are, and I say this with respect, I think you're experiencing exactly what Jews and Christians had to do when prophecy failed. You have to renegotiate with the text. You have to say Jesus was a spiritual leader. He is a spiritual king. He's do these things like if Jesus simply failed at a test, the option is either saying, hey, Jesus wasn't the Messiah and everything I believe in is wrong, or if someone tells you, well, if you look at it differently, you can kind of squint and go, well, yeah, like I've been told he's a king in heaven, so that means he was a king in Israel ruling. It doesn't. I see you going through the same things that like earlier Jews went through. I think if you look at the book of Daniel and the angel Gabriel shows up, why is the angel Gabriel showing up? Because Daniel tells us the prophecies failed. God did not return. Israel has not been risen up. And Gabriel shows up and says, what? Guess what? You misunderstood. It's 40 times 40. It's another several hundred years of punishment. Like there's these renegotiations. I don't, Clearwater, and Drake, could I walk you through something I found amazing? A clear example of a prophet dealing with a failed prophecy. Would you be interested in that?
I would.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so let me bring this up. This is, I think it's in Ezekiel. This is one of my favorites. And actually, it was a Christian TV show or YouTube show that showed me this. So if you want to jump
one of my
to...
favorites.
Yeah, Ezekiel 26 and 29. It's kind of a twofer, and I'll walk you through it. In Ezekiel 26, Ezekiel is prophesizing and lamenting against the city of Tyre.
Sorry.
Yeah, and so now this is what's really interesting, because the prophet is going to tell you, according to God, what exactly is going to happen? And we know this was a real battle, right? This isn't made up. So in Ezekiel 26, he says, "For thus saith the Lord, blah, 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 King of Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon is going to come and fight the city of Tyre. He's already put all the areas around Tyre or Tyre, I forget how you pronounce it, to the sword, and he's at the gate. Now, as a reminder, how do you get the king of Babylon to fight for you? He gets first dibs on the loot. He has to pay his army and get money for the decade he spent attacking the city. And the city is a port city. It's very rich. The prophet tells us that. So in Ezekiel 26, he says, he shall direct the shock of his battering rams against your walls. This is the king Nebuchadnezzar, and break down your towers with his axes. His horses shall be so many, blah, blah, blah. He says, when he enters your gates, this is the king of Babylon, like those entering a breached city, with the hoofs of his hordes, he shall trample all your streets. He shall put your people to the sword, and your strong pillars shall fall to the ground. They, his army, will take your riches and plunder your merchandise. They will break down your walls, destroy your fine houses. So the prophet is saying, King Nebuchadnezzar with his giant ass army is going to conquer Tyre, right? Or I'll stick with Tyre, and that's how he's going to get paid. So that's the prophecy. Now, if we go to Ezekiel 29, we now get to something different. In the 27th year, in the first month of the day, the word of the Lord came to me. Mortal, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon made his army labor hard against Tyre. Every head was made bald, and every shoulder was rubbed bare. Yet neither he nor his army got anything from Tyre to pay for the labor that he had expended against it. Let's break that down. Every head was made bald is basically like they were so stressed out, they worked so hard, they all went bald. Every shoulder was rubbed bare. If you can imagine the armor or the clothes being rubbed bare from the labor of trying to get in the city, the prophet is saying that they did everything possible, but they couldn't get into the city. They failed to get the money. They failed to break through. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I will give the land of Egypt to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, and he shall carry off its wealth and despoil it and plunder it, and it will be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Egypt as his payment for which he labored, because they worked for me, saith the Lord God. So why is this happening? Because the first prophecy failed. They never got into Tyre. So now he's saying, hey, king, let's go attack Egypt. You can get your money there. Now, as a quick side note, we do know that the king Nebuchadnezzar tried to attack Egypt. Egypt was forewarned. He went briefly into the borders of Egypt. He was pushed back. He never got into Egypt. And there's another failed prophecy about what happens in Egypt because it was never conquered. But I would offer to you that this is a clear example of a prophet saying Nebuchadnezzar and his army will get into Tyre. That's how they're getting paid. A decade later, when that doesn't happen, he says, hey, Nebuchadnezzar, you tried really hard. Go to Egypt. That's how you're getting paid. And to me, this is an example of a prophet speaking with the Lord of God, showing that things changed and didn't work out. And lastly, I'll remind you, this was not a prophecy that required, someone doing something. It wasn't hinged on the king of Tyre changing his mind or repenting his ways. This was just a failed prophecy that was changed.
Interesting.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, it was a Christian surprise. Some of the other hosts talking about failed prophecies, and he gave this, and the look on their faces, they were shocked because the guy was like, "Wait a second! It says the Lord saith." This is not just the prophet talking. This is him saying the Lord gave him, scripture, and they were like, "How do you reconcile this?" And one of the guys goes, "I don't, because I can't deal with this." And I was like, "Holy moly!" So I'll offer that up to look into as far as a failed prophecy.
So basically, probably he was just making it up.
Yeah, I think the example I give as a non-biblical historian is, how we're all kind of surprised that Ukraine has held off Russia as well as they have. It seemed that the prophet did not expect the city of Tyre to hold out against King Nebuchadnezzar and Babylon, which is, of course, one of the largest powers in the area. So it was a genuine, it was a safe bet when he made the prophecy that King Nebuchadnezzar would get in, but it didn't happen. And so I think it was a surprising thing. And sadly, the prophet died before he could deal with the fact that King Nebuchadnezzar never conquered Egypt. They never had 40 years of desolation. there's another prophecy that says Egypt's going to go desolate, the cities will empty for 40 years, and the God of Israel will bring the Egyptians back. That also never happened, but it's kind of a 2-for-1. Check into it. And scholars are pretty clear on this, that this is a failed prophecy, but I will leave it to each of you to look into it on your own.
Well, the question would be, what would be an accurate prophecy? Which I don't see not one of them.
Yeah, prophecies.
Actually, if you allow me, James, actually, I did a live stream that compare God's prophecies with Allah's prophecies and compare them to the Simpsons prophecies.
Nice. Yeah, it's and of course, like as an atheist and interested in biblical scholarship, sometimes things were written after the fact. Like sometimes they say prophecy, and scholars are like, no, this was written afterwards. It was prophecy from history. And then other times, prophecy was changed by editors to modify it. And then sometimes there's this prophecy that, like this one, that just seemed to come wrong, and the prophet cleaned it up as he went along.
I have something to say. I love all you guys, and I'm not going to force you or get upset if you're not going to convert, or all I'm saying is, because everybody's got free will, and that's what I believe on. So I just look at wisdom. Okay, the more you learn, the more you look at facts and expand. You can't just cut off anything here or there. That's why when I look at the Bible and knowing that it could be twisted or it could be manipulated, of how many languages it had to go through and this and that, whatever. But, if a tornado happened, it doesn't matter if they were partying on one side or flooding on the other, is the way I look at it. The tornado still happened. So, and not only that, but I think most of the prophets that are in the book always fell short of what the Creator wanted. I just kind of want to make all these points out.
Like the modern psychics, people that are supposed to be psychics, just faking it,
there you go,
collecting money. James, I mean, taking advantage of your kindness being here on the live stream, I would like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
Sure. Then I got to go feed my cat, but I can stick around for a few minutes. And you've all been wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask you these questions real quick. I see your cat on behind you, stretching, and where's my food? Real quick. So I sometimes say that for me, in my view, it's not possible for a human being to be honest and believe in a God at the same time. You have to sacrifice one or the other. So, for example, some people, when people say that if you believe or don't believe in God, I think the right way to put the words is that if you believe what the people are telling you about a God through the Bible, you're supposed to believe what they're telling you, not the God. So I think when anybody asks the questions, if you believe in God, I think the proper way to go is ask the question if you believe what the people in the Bible are telling you. Because you don't have this knowledge about a God. You're going by what someone else is telling you about a God. Yeah. So yeah, probably you agree with me on that one. I think that's quite clear. But the second one, I think it was Diba that wrote on the chat that God punishes evil. I think that's absolutely incorrect. Because, for example, in the Great Flood, men, women, and children, pregnant women, were killed in that flood. So I know that some believers say, well, there were going to be evil. So apparently he doesn't punish evil. He punishes future evil, or someone that smells like evil, or what could be evil, or the family of people that were evil.
Yeah, I've found that most Christians, if I allow them to sort of admit that they fall under divine command theory, it doesn't matter what God does, by definition, it's good. That's kind of where they're at for the most part. I don't think many Christians feel that there is a standard of goodness that God is held to. God is the one who sets the standard, and it's a perfectly consistent worldview. Like I can't argue with that, because if you just admit I do divine command theory, okay, I can't disagree with that. But I just think it opens up some very disturbing views because, if someone said God told me to kill this person and or put in whatever atrocity you want, I think as a Christian you have to say, well, if God did say to do that, then what you've done is good. You follow God's word. And certainly there's a lot of, stories or ideas of what the final tribulation will be and the death and destruction. So I find it disturbing, but if you're a Christian and you just go divine command theory, whatever God says to do is good by definition, you can kind of get out of it. But man, do you have to like burden a lot of awful things happening. And then when you tell me God's like a good father, that's where I start to go, you can't have it both ways. You can't say divine command theory and then tell me God's a good father or loving, because even if God was evil, if you just say whatever God says is good, there's no way to judge if God is evil or good. Like, anyway, but I'm gonna step off and go feed my cat. But yeah, I'll definitely be back at some point later in the future. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you, James.
Hey, thanks for
Appreciate
coming,
it.
James.
Sure,
Awesome.
man.
Well, that was interesting conversation with Mr. James. First time we have it on the live stream. Different perspective. I didn't get quite that part at the end. About the prophecies, but I think what he was saying that basically not all the prophecies on the Bible are accurate. I asked him which one was accurate.
Yeah.
That I'm not aware of. But yes, go ahead, Phantom.
Oh yeah, there's another channel I watch, and they do like once a week they'll do like a bring on a guest and just talk to them. But that's something that specific prophecy is one they bring up all the time.
That is incorrect. The prophecy is not accurate.
The one about Tyre, yeah.
Because oh, go ahead.
Because it is a clear example of a very specific prophecy that had an expiration date, and it just didn't happen.
But then again, which prophecy is accurate on the Bible?
A lot of them are vague enough that you can like say, oh, this event matches the prophecy, not because it was actually prophesying the event necessarily, but because the prophecy was so vague that you can just kind of look at it and say, okay, yeah, that kind of matches.
Reading some of the messages on the chat, I also read a message. I think it was from Diva Don't Play, that was saying that he had a personal, I think he said visit or touch by God on the 1st of January of 2001. And he got a change of life, 180 degree. This is one of those things that is hard for me to get in my head and in my heart, that someone can say these things, especially when what just happened, for example, in Venezuela. There thousands, I think there's like 65,000 people missing still right now, including thousands of children. And I think they got a change of life 180 degrees. Some of the stories that I heard today from Venezuela, I mean, it gets me to a little bit of, like crying feeling, because suddenly kids have their families, like mom, dad, brothers, sisters, and suddenly they're the only survivor, a 4-year-old, 5-year-old. They save the kid, and suddenly they take the kid to a hospital. And when some other family member comes from another country to pick him up, now the kid disappear. It was taken by another person. So there's so many horrible stories going on right now that is absolutely unbelievable for me, that someone can still, with all these stories, feed a God in their lives, like something that is loving and taking care of them, and being nice to them, when other people are suffering in unbelievable ways, including children. I don't know if it's because the way I am, but I will be ashamed to be telling anyone that a God is giving me a new heart and he's taking care of me and making me feel good, what other people children are being destroyed for the rest of their lives because of what happened, for example, in Venezuela right now. That's why I keep saying that believing in God is absolutely problematic for humanity. It disconnects you from reality. It makes you an unsensitive person. It can make you think in ways that are not, I don't know, probably I'm exaggerating, but not humane. So I don't know. I would just pointed that out from some of the messages that I'm reading on the chat. I wanted to ask that last question to James. Go ahead, Phantom.
Oh, I was just going to say, Diva's story is interesting. I haven't heard the whole thing, but it does sound very like a very powerful experience that he had. And you know, in a way I'm jealous because I've never had an experience like that.
Yeah, I think I don't know sometimes what to think of his story. He was kind enough to explain it in detail in one of the live streams, but it seems to me that, you know, the most powerful being in the universe is making you feel good, you know, and change some things about your life in ways that make you feel good. I don't know. I would think that's something that would be something that also the devil can do in order to get you into a trap in the future, make you feel good about something.
I mean, that's one of the problems if you have ascribe, you know, ultimate deception to a being. The only way you can say I'm not deceived is saying the God wouldn't allow me to be deceived by this other entity. But you know, even then you like it just be part of the deception that you're deceived, that God wouldn't allow you to do that. It's an infinite rabbit hole of just it doesn't I don't see how you could stop that infinite regress.
James says something that, you know, made me think when Drea mentioned to him about doing fasting. He said that if he does a 3-day fasting and that changes the way he thinks, which most likely will change his way of thinking, that he would not like that because then he will not think like himself. He says something around those words.
I think what he said was he would expect to not be thinking clearly, and therefore would not trust any experiences he had.
Yes,
to be
exactly.
genuine.
Yes, I see the same way with God. If God changes something about you and suddenly you think in a different way, I don't think this is a God doing these things, because now you're not being yourself. It's like drinking a little bit of vodka and you feel good and now you think differently. So I don't know. I think that's also, in my point of view, not a very good message. Now you feel good and now you think differently. And I'll dare to say that most believers, once they get these good feelings from God, they start acting in weird ways, talking weird ways, and suddenly they put themselves in a pedestal, like I was saying yesterday. They start saying and doing things that some people find hurtful, like judging other people or trying to tell you how to live a better life. Just because you're feeling something different, you know. Go ahead, Dre.
In regard to the fasting, so obviously we've talked about that in the past. Like, I've done some significant, like, prolonged fasts. Like, I'm not an expert in anything. I've said that a million times too. Like, especially like no biblical scholar, anything to that effect. But you know, I mean, I try and get people who, you know, Jesus said, when you fast. He didn't say if you fast. He said when you fast. And so, I mean, even when I talk to Christians, like, whether or not they're actually following Christ or whether or not they're just calling themselves a Christian and I mean, whatever. It's just like when I've tried to encourage even people that are the closest to me to take up fasting, it is not typically received well across the board, whether atheist, agnostic, or believer. And I just find that very interesting, first of all. Second of all, and I think that speaks to the truth of it. I think that speaks to the benefit of it. Like, if there is truly, which like I said, I've done a lot of it myself. Sometimes for selfish reasons, where I wasn't really, I was fasting, but I wasn't actually seeking God, and I was just hoping that if I fasted enough days, like this is the truth right here. What I'm telling you, like if I fast enough days, like I did an 18-day fast once, no prayer. I just was like, and I thought, I'm like, well, hopefully he'll break through to me. And there really was nothing tangible that I experienced as a result of that, because genuinely, like I would lay there and I'd be like, I should be praying right now. And I'm like, I don't want to pray. I don't want to pray. I don't want to talk to him. I'm processing things in my own mind, but I don't want to communicate with him. And as a result of that, like that 18-day fast, nothing happened. But when I have actually genuinely sought him, and it didn't need to be in a 40-day fast. 40-day fast was absolutely miraculous, but a 3-day fast seeking him it's not about the amount of days, it's about seeking him genuinely in that. And I will say from my experience, like I understand what James was saying, like, well, I don't think I'll be thinking clearly, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's just not the case with fasting. Like, if you even from an atheistic perspective of people who fast purely for wellness purposes, there are plenty of them. Doctors, whatever the case, people that are very much not believers of God, and they will tell you they have enhanced clarity and I mean the benefits of it. It's very hard to find somebody that's going to, obviously there might be people, like I'm not going to encourage people, if you have a litany of health issues, I genuinely do believe it is an incredibly powerful way to heal many ailments that people suffer from, because of my experiences doing it myself. I'm speaking from firsthand experience, but that doesn't mean that I'm right. It doesn't mean that I'm right, but all I can offer you guys is my experience. And so when I was talking to James about it, it's like it's the same thing to you guys. Like I genuinely would encourage you guys to try it, and like from an unbiased standpoint, like genuinely that, okay, I'm gonna fast for 3 days, and I am going to actually I don't think God's real. I don't think he's real, and I'm not really pumped. I'm not really happy with him if he is. Be honest with him. Say that stuff. Tell him how you feel. And it's only 3 days, try for a couple days. Like I genuinely, truly think you guys will be pleasantly like surprised. And I think even if you don't have like, I don't know, like it's like, even if there's not this miraculous breakthrough on the other end of it, which I believe that those things do await. Like, I think it's all about taking those first steps and like really trying to lean into it. Because I'm not somebody where it's like, I also struggle. It's like the scriptures and stuff, like no doubt, like reading the scriptures for myself, it's not enough for me. Like some people read the scriptures and they never fast and they're convinced absolutely, and they know the scriptures front to back, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, I had to take a different approach to this because my brain works very similarly to your guys' brains as well, I think, where it's like, I can't purely go based off of
Dre,
XYZ. Like go ahead.
if you don't mind my asking, how did you
Yeah.
do it with work? I mean, were you fasting while working too?
Yeah, man, I was, and it's crazy. I know it was like it was a huge, Javier brother. It was a huge leap of faith for me, man. Like what the 40-day one, man, was.
But
Dude,
were you
I
like
did
weak? Were you
electrolytes.
like
Well,
weak?
oh
You
yeah,
know?
yeah, yep. I was weak at times, but I was very, very clear, like mindset wise. I was very clear. I was at peace because the thing I realized, I'm like, I have a lot of emotions in myself. I have a lot of struggles. I have a lot of pain, and I have a lot of regret, and I have a lot of all these things, and hurt, and so on and so forth. But I realize how much in a given day that I drown that stuff with food. I'm constantly thinking, okay, what am I going to get for breakfast? I'm going to get coffee. I'm going to get this. I need sugar. I need this. Boom, something. Give me a dopamine hit. Oh, I'm feeling good. and then that'll carry me through for 6 hours, 4 hours until I get the next, piece of sustenance to then, it's like I don't know if you guys struggle with that like I do, but I feel like gluttony, like myself, like I would go to food for a lot of emotional support. And I think food is important. I think obviously it keeps us alive, but it's like, I think culturally it's important, but there's something to be said about idolizing food, using it to distract ourselves from the things that we don't want to think about or whatever the case, And that's my situation. So when I started fasting for I was doing unflavored electrolytes, so no flavor, just it was like fasting drops, like magnesium, sodium, so on, for 40 days, and that helped me as far as like I was very strict. No coffee, no tea, only water and no flavor. I mean, obviously I could taste a little like salt or whatever in the water, but that wasn't like I was enjoying it. I was,
Why did you
I was
stop
worried about
why did you stop
what's
the fasting at 40-day mark? Why did you stop it?
well, when I first started it, I was going to go for 7 days. And I had done several fasts in the past before that, like up to 5 or 6, maybe 7 days at that point over a few years prior to that. And then, but when I was going to start with 7 days. And then, I told you I was in a relationship. We were in a relationship for 7 years. I was in a gay relationship. And I've always struggled like with that my whole life. And I was like, and anyways, I really cared about this person, but I really like God was like calling me out of this relationship. And it was really a huge challenge for me because I didn't want to let this person go. But I was like, I couldn't live in that place anymore. I had to say, okay, I'm going to trust you, God. And so I'm like, I'm going to start fasting because I want you to tell me I was like, I want you to tell me, I'm like, I want to be with this person and I want you to tell me whether I can be with them or not. That's really kind of why I thought that I started it. And like, I wanted an answer. And so I started with like 7 days, and then 7 days turned into 10 days, and 10 days turned into 14 days. 14 days turned into 21 days, and 21 days turned into 40 days. It was exactly like that. Like, those were my limits:
How
7, 10, 14, 21, 40.
how many
And
times
go ahead.
how many times, I mean, did you go to the bathroom to do number two in
Oh
those
yeah, yeah.
days?
Uh-huh. Yeah, man. Well, especially because I was doing electrolytes. So I was doing like magnesium was like,
Would you
yeah, I mean, your
go?
body cleanses out, man. It like, it
So you were
cleanses out.
not
And I
going
was
to
definitely,
you were not going to number two?
no, I was, especially like, yeah, you kind of flush everything out. Like it takes time, but then with the magnesium, it basically you kind of have like, sorry, this is like a lot of information, but like you have like kind of diarrhea, in a sense, but
At the beginning?
but yeah, it cleanses out. Like after those 40 days, man, I'm telling you, like my life changed like so drastically, like for the better. But it was not easy. It was really
Mm.
hard and it was really devastating. I was alone and I was like, I didn't have anybody but God. And I was literally crying all the time, like, help me. Like, what am, I was stressed, man. And I was like, but as time went on during that fast, but then especially after the fast, then that's when like things started to, my mindset shifted, and I started to realize like I prayed a lot during that time. I'm like, God, who do you say I am? Like, I have all these negative thoughts about who I am. Like, I have all these negative thoughts about who I am. I have all these negative voices. And I was bullied a lot as a little kid, like not even a little kid, all the way through middle school, high school, tormented, like just unreal. It was just like relentless bullying, all this kind of crap. But at the same time, it's like I was a little punk too. It's not like it's not like I was an angel, So
Uh,
don't let me make it sound like I was, because I was, I'm a human. I'm not perfect. But I yeah, like it's just as time went on, man, like my whole identity shifted. After that fast, like it was really hard because the fast ended and it was like a day after it ended, and it was like why don't I feel, I was pissed. I'm like, I don't feel anything. And I was kind of like, I was really disheartened. And then it was like, dude, I don't even know. Like, I just had like a heart to heart with one of my dear friends. And like, at the time we were at work, and it was like, I was so impatient. I was like, 40 days got done, and I'm like, I don't feel anything. I thought you were going to break through to me. And I just did this whole thing. I was so ungrateful, dude. I was so ungrateful. And then after I let myself be ungrateful, after I just wasn't patient, and after I let myself flip out, and I'm like, why aren't you, then I experienced the love of God, man, which I never had experienced like that before. Never in my entire life, ever. And I experienced that for not just that moment, but up until this day. This was like 2.5 years. This was March 16th is when it ended, 2024. So a little over 2 years ago is when, and it's not like it hasn't been like all rainbows and unicorns, it's been, my life kind of got turned upside down, but it's been really a blessing because I've I've had a much more concrete sense of who I am, like a much more like I don't know how to explain it. Like, all I can say is, like, I really would encourage anybody, all you guys, like, because I genuinely would love to hear your story
And
afterwards. Like,
Dread,
I would love to hear the
Um,
positivity.
the
Like,
most
go ahead.
the most time that I spent in fasting, I think it's been probably like 18 hours.
Uh-huh.
That I've done it consciously, and the amount of gases and like burning sensation in my stomach and the dizziness and the weakness, I'm like, man, I cannot take it. It drives me crazy. Even though when I drink water with salt, I put my
Mm-hmm.
electrolytes in it. But
Uh-huh.
no, and the only other times that I've tried to do that, or not even try, I've done it because I have something on my stomach, and I'm just eating like once a day, maybe a piece of bread with tea. I remember, like, I don't know, like 4 years ago, I had some sickness and I was having a hard time eating. So I was only eating like a piece of bread and maybe some tea once a day, like for 5 days, I think it was. Um, but I was sick. I was not
Yeah.
doing it consciously. No, I think 18
Yeah.
hours is the most I have been able to go doing fasting. It was not
The
fun.
first like 3 days, the first 3 days suck. The whole thing, it's not the whole time you're like, the first 3 days you got headaches, and your cortisol levels are up, so your stress hormones are up, and then like, so your shoulders are tense, your neck is tense, you have, if you drink coffee or caffeine, now you're in caffeine withdrawals, plus you're kind of dehydrated, plus you have electrolyte imbalances, potentially, and so like, you've got major headaches coming from multiple different angles. You got tension headaches, dehydration headache, withdrawal headache. Not only that, but then you got sugar. You're coming off of any sugar, glucose stores. But then as you start to transition into ketosis, which is where you start burning fat. So like by like say maybe 5 days, you're pretty well into ketosis, where you're basically running purely on fat at that point. And then, as long as the big thing is, if you have a lot of body fat, which Javier, I know you're like pretty like trim guy, like so
I,
it's like, that's something, it's like 40 days for you, man, that would be an extreme undertaking, but it's like, for you to do like 5 days, 6 days, like, and I'm not saying that I'm not telling you what to or to not do. I'm just saying, like,
I cannot.
I wanted to
I
add
can.
something.
I cannot even get close to doing fasting right now because I made. I don't know if I don't. I'm not gonna. I will call it a mistake, but I decided to went almost a year eating mainly carnivore,
uh-huh.
and I had to stop because I was getting extremely weak. I lost tons of pounds. I'm normally between 175 pounds and 180, or pretty much all my life. After I end the carnivore diet, now I'm at 150, and I look like a skeleton. My family tell me, Javier, you look extremely skinny. I almost lost all my muscle in my body. I took it too far, I think, and now I'm trying to gain weight. So
Yeah,
I
and
cannot do fasting right
that's
now.
sure,
I
sure.
will
But
disappear.
you know, like I said, you know, you do a couple days, brother, or whatever. Like, I mean, it's not about the amount of day. Like, that's the thing. It's like you don't have to do 40 days to have a powerful experience. In crypto, hold on, give me 10 seconds, brother. I want to hear what you had to say. You don't got to do 40 days to, like, that was just where I was at in my life. I was in a really dark place. And so, like, really dark place. Like, I was like, you know, it wasn't good. But he brought me out of it, man. And I'm not saying that just to blow smoke, like, genuinely. And you know, so crypto, what were you saying?
Christopher,
Oh no, I was
go
just
ahead, crypto. Before we finish the live stream, we're about to finish the live stream. Go
yeah.
ahead.
I just wanted to add something about that fasting because I know there was references like in the Bible with Jesus 40 days in the desert, and then you also had, I believe, there was a lady that did some. I know there was probably more fastings in there, but I know there was a lady that
Yeah.
did it with no food and water for 3 days straight, just to overcome an army to be visited by a being, angel, whatever. Um,
Yeah.
but I know you was trying to be clear back then when you was talking. I believe James, whatever. I was listening to a lot of that. And yeah, you know, some people might do like a 3 day fast only like that because that's something they know out of the Bible. I know that I was watching for what happened to me in the way that I was viewing things that was pertaining to me and my personal thing. As I started to get into looking at Catholic exorcist that comes on, he does some videos and stuff, so that I can start learn. I was learning what the hierarchies of the demons and Antichrist and all that was, and understand the psychological parts of them because those things can be shown through people who are possessed in life, sick or whatever. And he was talking about fasting, and they fast as far as like eating something very light in the evening only, and just very little, like a little bit of water, and that when they fast the whole duration of their exorcist as they go through it, because it can be used against them during the exorcism. And then the third fasting, like what I was doing, basically my first step was actually getting uh re-familiar with the Bible, but also expanding my knowledge overall, and that was including the Ethiopian Bible, and also paying attention to other things too. You know, as far as ancient civilizations and everything. It was like from that point in February 14th. I remember this,
Uh-huh.
unfortunately, from February 14th till today. I have been fasting in just knowledge. And yeah, do pray for me, Dre, because I'm now at the point where I'm about to enter my fasting of not eating, uh, maybe drinking a little bit here. I don't know how long I don't know if I'm gonna do a 3 day with no water and food, and then maybe extend it even up to a week or whatever. Because in this fasting, it's going to be. See, I'm a coffee drinker. You mentioned it. I'm drinking coffee right now. I drink it all day. So I'm pretty
Wow.
much going to knock out the caffeine, and I'm fixing to smoke my last cigarette. So
Boy.
that one's going to
Yeah,
be
man. I will
gone
I
too.
will for sure pray for you, dude. Absolutely.
That
And dude, just let
But there's
like
one
just
other
that's the
thing.
basic. Let him lead you,
One
man.
Yeah, one more thing is there's a lot of this saying about our American food might give you parasites inside. That's another
Uh-huh.
reason that I'm fixing to be cutting out and you know try to get rid of some of these parasites. I am going to probably like drink a little bit of water here and there because it's my first. Not everybody could do a full week or 2 weeks. It's good to start short and small, like maybe 3 days or 1 week, rather than 40 days. You know what I'm saying?
For
You
sure.
know, that's
Yeah,
something you might
man.
need to stress in case people are listening. You'll find out what kind of
Yeah,
fasting you need, whether it's literature, knowledge, and all that, and anything and all things, not, or for your body reasons on the medical side, like you're talking about, like I'm fixing to do is try to quit smoking, quit the caffeine, which is going to be one of them, and try to destroy if I do have parasites, which is toxins inside the body, is another form of it too. But I just wanted to
Yeah.
stress on that.
Hey guys,
No, thanks for making that point, brother. Thank you. Thank you. And you're
uh,
right. Real quick, Javier, yeah,
sure.
like that's something that I do want to say to everybody is like, yeah, it's a deeply personal thing. And it's something like, if you feel led to fast, like you'll know. And, it's not by your own, it wasn't by my own strength that I did it by any stretch. Like I've tried to do it for certain amounts of times by my own strength. And I never make it the amount of time that I think I'm going to. I always quit because, it's just, I'm trying to do it maybe for selfish reasons. I don't know, so but yeah, so please be, well educated about what you want to do. Like I watched a lot of videos before I really like, during the time I was watching a lot of videos, a lot of testimonies of people doing the same things and, trying to make sure that I wasn't just totally winging it without any, I was trusting, but I was also trying to make sure like that that other people have like done it safely. And that was encouraging to me to find that other people had done it safely. And, but yeah, it's to each individual's own walk. So don't let me like tell you need to do this, because that's not what I'm saying. So, but Javier, go ahead, brother.
All right, guys, we're gonna close it here. It's been 4 hours, incredible. Time passes by way too fast when we do live streams. I cannot believe I started 4 hours ago. So I want to thank Dre for participating in the debate and also for this conversation. Also, Crypto, Mr. Ikaya, also, which is Babylon, for participating in the debates and the conversation. So, for everybody on the chats, we're out of here. Have a good night and a great day tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank
You,
you.
Javier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crypto. Everybody else.